Chapter 533. The girl's eyes and brows were full of charm. She only pretended to be delicate and timid, not in a hurry to jump into the scholar's arms. Is this path-cutting bandit the king of the mountain? Wrong, this one is only a small bandit, snatching a girl for the king of the mountain to be his wife. Once this merit is accomplished, I can go from a small bandit to a big bandit. Then haven't you even hugged the bandit's wife? Moreover, this is the wilderness. Even if you do something to this little girl, heaven and earth won't respond. That's true. But if you become the bandit's wife and tell the mountain king, won't my head be chopped off? Humph. Little girl, don't talk nonsense and disturb my mind. Although I'm a nameless nobody right now, I have the ambition to be the king of the mountain. Even if you're a fickle woman and are willing to sleep with me under the canopy of heaven and earth, I will definitely not do it. Bah, you dare to tease me. If my young master hears this, he will chop you to death. Who is your young master? Is he as skilled as me in both sword and saber arts? Moreover, your young master is definitely not as elegant as me. Little bandit, you are just a frog in a well. How would you know my young master's good points? I am not a frog in a well. I am a toad blocking the road. Little girl, you can insult this one's appearance, but don't insult my bandit profession. Sigh, my young master said that he has made up his mind to build a pigsty on the ridge of the field. He will not let the goodies flow into the fields of others. But why haven't you eaten me yet? That's strange. Your young master is indeed a gentleman. I admire him very much. The moon was bright and the wind was high. It was a good night to kill people. Otherwise, it would be a man and a woman having a romantic moment. How bored must this pair be to chat in the middle of the night on a muddy path? After chattering for a while, the embroidered-clothed girl finally flew into Su Fingnian's arms like a graceful butterfly. Su Fingnian hugged her soft body and sniffed hard. He closed his eyes and said with intoxication, after smelling it, your scent is still the most fragrant. It's even better than seeing a piece of delicious roasted sweet potato after you've lost your mind from hunger. The woman hugged him tightly and pressed herself against his chest. It was as if she wanted to rub herself into his body. She murmured, this servant was originally called Sweet Potato. The young man and woman, who were master and servant, walked out of Bailiang at almost the same time. It seemed like a warm reunion in a foreign land, but who would know about the soul-stirring journey that belonged to each of them? She was always smiling at the people she cared about. Sweet Potato, loosen your grip. You're choking me. Young master, you are now an expert, an expert, an expert. Then you should loosen your grip. It's inappropriate to keep hugging her like this. Oh, young master, you have an extra sword. Show it to this servant. If you need to clean the sword, just leave it to this servant. You're asking for a beating. Don't play any tricks. Let go of me. Young master, the last time you returned from your travels, in Wutongan, you said that there was a powerful swordsman who killed a beauty with a single sword. Was it this sword? Can't you have some rules? Su Fingnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He slapped her buttocks and used a little force to break free from the beauty's embrace. He glared at her and saw that her face was strangely red, as if she had taken an aphrodisiac. The two of them looked at each other. Su Fingnian pinched her nose and said with a smile, why are you here? What are you doing in Shinmen Cottage? It was Wutongan's first-class servant, Sweet Potato. Her eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. She enunciated each word clearly and said, I missed you, young master. Su Fingnian pretended that he was going to hit her. Sweet Potato leaned over and looked like she was going to let him do whatever he wanted. Su Fingnian frowned. Sweet Potato smiled and whistled. A horse galloped over and she took the reins. She said seriously, I left Bailiang a few days later than you, young master. There was a plot in Dunhuang City by the prince's mansion, which involved the cottage. My original intention was to knock some sense into Shinkaiha, who was secretly close to Murong Baoding, the head of Orange Province. I didn't expect young master to be so powerful that you killed the cottage and even killed Shinji. Coincidentally, I pulled out one of Zhu Yan's spies. After that, I used a trick and told the previous cottage master, Shin Shuehu, that I was Murong Baoding's spy. I promised him that Dunhuang City would be the scapegoat. I bet that he wouldn't dare to take the initiative to mention this to Murong Baoding. During this period of time, I imitated the handwriting of the catcher and delivered some authentic secret letters. I won't be exposed for the time being. At least, when your highness leaves Jinsi province, the butterfly catchers 300 miles away will only notice. If we are lucky, your highness may not have revealed any clues to those people when you return to Beiliang. Su Fingnian mounted the horse and bent down to pull Sweet Potato up. He hugged her slender waist and rested his head on the servant's round shoulder. He frowned and said, "What if it's exposed?" She calmly said, "There's no harm in that. Just let Sweet Potato follow the vine to find the melon, and kill more than a dozen catchers in one go to catch the butterfly lady. This will throw them into confusion, and I guarantee that they won't be able to track down your highness' whereabouts. They'll only be led by the nose by this servant." Su Fingnian was silent. Even the king of Beiliang, Su Shao, praised her for having a clever heart. Sweet Potato said softly, "Young master, Sweet Potato is a death warrior. If I don't die, what am I living for? Isn't it to help master kill people?" Su Fingnian gently bit her earlobe and ordered, "You're not allowed to say that. You're not allowed to do that." Her body trembled and she leaned back. Su Fingnian, who could be said to be calm, asked, "All these years, you've been leaving the prince's mansion every now and then. Have you been running to Beimang's Dunhuang City?" Sweet Potato obediently and meekly acknowledged. There were many servant girls in Wutongan, each with their own merits. They were all outstanding young women. Not to mention Spear Fairy Wang Xiu's daughter, Blue Bird, Green Ant was a small national champion on the chess scale. She only lost to her second sister, Su Weisheng. Su Fingnian had been defeated by him for many years. He was good at the quatrains and had a strong poetic style. The maidservant, who had been renamed Cucumber, had outstanding attainments in music. She was also an expert in cooking, and the pastries she made were comparable to those made by the chefs in the imperial palace. Only the northern Liang prince's mansion was wealthy enough to allow so many women to gather in one courtyard. Any one of them would be able to make the scholars of northern Liang go crazy. Sweet Potato was undoubtedly the most interesting one. Blue Bird, who was also a servant girl, had a cold temperament and was difficult to get close to. Sweet Potato was much more gentle and charming. Everyone liked her from the bottom of their hearts. She always looked at the big picture and grasped people's hearts. The harmony in the courtyard could not go unnoticed. Su Shao said that she could go to the palace and become an invincible concubine. It was not an exaggeration. Her charm was on her face, but she was cold to the bone. Su Fingnian had been close to her since they were young. They were probably both cold people. That was why they were so close. They were like hamsters in the winter. They could only snuggle up to each other for warmth. Su Fingnian curiously asked, "According to what you said, you have another identity in Dunhuang?" Sweet Potato put her hands on her waist and nodded, "Of course there will be. Dunhuang City has many different forces entangled with each other. It's very complicated." This servant entered early. At that time, Dunhuang City was short of manpower and was in turmoil. I took advantage of the situation. I know that there are no less than 8 big mountains. Among them, there are 3 factions that have been accumulated by the people of Dunhuang for 2 generations. They are like 3 legs of a tripod. It can be said that they spared no effort in scheming against each other. Young master also knows that the northern barbarians are learning our dynasty's battle of wits. It is a bit nonsensical, but there are some battles of bravery that are very interesting. Other than the two factions supported by Murong Baoding and Jinsi Province, the Buk Tai, which is ranked 9th among the top 10 sects in Beimang, has its foundation in Dunhuang. It is one of the city's elders. It does not participate in the struggle and has never done anything like pulling chestnuts out of the fire. The other two factions are the powers formed by the entanglement of wealthy merchants. They are particularly slippery in their conduct and cannot be underestimated. Su Fengnian sighed with emotion. They really have a lot of methods, he said. Sweet Potato leaned against his chest and closed her bewitching limpid eyes. She said in a low voice, recently, I heard that there was a disciple of Chao Guanzi on the prairie who defeated Tuoba Chunsen's arrogance. I knew it was young master. Su Fengnian stroked her fine black hair and said with a laugh, you and I are like frogs meeting frogs in boiling oil. We are brothers in distress. Sweet Potato said in a sweet voice, I am a woman. Chapter 534. Su Fengnian did not respond. Thinking about the Zhongyi camp, he was touched. He smiled and said, I've been staying at Mount Liui these past few days. I met a descendant of the Han family and encouraged him to go to Jizhou. Sweet Potato, if you have time, send a message back to Beiliang and ask my master to play Go. He's good at this. Sweet Potato nodded. Okay. When we get to Dunhuang, we'll do this. I guarantee that there won't be any mistakes. Su Fengnian said softly, my master has always regarded Go as a wild fox. He disapproves of it and doesn't think highly of it. He says that although the moves of the Go pieces seem complicated, it's far from being as unpredictable as the human heart. A Go piece can take root on the chessboard mountain. After all, a black Go piece is still a black Go piece, and a white Go piece is still white Go piece. No matter how you change the colors, a person can reverse black and white. Loyalty, righteousness, kindness, and so on are not worth mentioning. In the past, I didn't think so. I just thought that my master's Go skills were not good enough. He couldn't even beat my second sister, so he found this excuse. Now that I look back, I understand my master's good intentions. In the past, under the shade of the tree in the prince's mansion, watching the small ripples or the rise and fall of the water was always like watching a play. I never personally entered the game. Perhaps it's because the old foxes hide too deeply that I can't see it clearly. But in Mount Liui, a small Zhongyi camp, there are some differences in the way the leaders do things. Sweet Potato, is this what my master meant by cutting a small hole to make a big fuss? Sweet Potato stroked the back of Su Fengnian's interlocked fingers and said softly with a smile, young master is becoming more and more sensible. Su Fengnian was about to teach his head made a lesson when she suddenly turned her head. She raised her sharp chin. Her fox-like face was devoid of any signs of spring. She said, young master, I'm not talking about Sweet Potato. I'm talking about those people who can't see the light for years or even decades. They don't even have a proper name when they die. You have to remember their kindness. Su Fengnian nodded. I'll remember that. The transmission of information was done in the form of human lives and blood. On the battlefield were scouts and horses, in the dark were secret agents and spies. The latter was even more silent. Sweet Potato, this horse is not bad. Is it a famous horse from Beimang? It's a night jade lion. One horse is worth 50 taels of gold. You rode from Dunhuang. What kind of status does he have to be so imposing? Young master, you'll know when you arrive. You don't want to say. I scratched your armpit. Young master, don't. You're rebelling. Just because you say you don't want it, you don't want it. Who's the young master and who's the servant girl? Instead of finding a place to rest, they galloped through the night and arrived at a small city without walls in the wee hours of the morning. Sweet Potato, who had slept in Su Fingnian's arms, continued to curl up her head, not letting anyone see her beautiful face. He stopped at an inn to rest, paid the bill, and left in less than 2 hours. The innkeeper and the waiter, who were mesmerized by the Sweet Potato face and figure, looked at the departing figure, thumped their chests and stamped their feet. This damned scholar, he picked such a delicate and beautiful flower. The innkeeper and his assistant suddenly came back to their senses. The latter took the lead and was about to run to the inn where the man and woman were staying. What could they do in 2 hours if they came and went in a hurry? As long as one was enlightened, they would know even if they used their buttocks to think. Smelling the fragrance of the quilt was also a great blessing. The innkeeper grabbed his assistant's collar and angrily scolded him, driving him to do his work. He rushed into the room and saw that the quilt was neat and clean. He did not give up his evil intentions and jumped on the big bed. Not smelling the woman's body fragrance, the middle-aged bald innkeeper became absent-minded again. He punched the bed and cursed bitterly, "This boy is not a man. Such a beautiful woman, it's worth it even if I lose 10 years of my life to have fun with her." It was said that a horse could travel 1,000 miles in a day. It was impossible for a single horse to travel 1,000 miles in a day. A military horse had to brush its nose every 30 miles. Moreover, even if the horse did not hesitate to run until it died, it would not be possible unless it was the continuous post horses of the Liang dynasty. If there was an emergency military situation, it would need to travel 800 miles. It was based on the premise that it was changed every few dozen miles. Only then could it reach the limit of 800 miles in a day. During the Great War of the Spring and Autumn period, there was a rare example of a horse traveling 900 miles in a day to deliver a letter. However, during that widespread delivery, more than 10 post stations were neglected and 2 priceless horses died from running. This jade lion with good endurance and leg strength did not rush, but it did not stop. It took 3 days and 3 nights to see the huge outline of Dunhuang City. It was just dawn and Dunhuang City was strictly forbidden at night. At this time, the city had not yet opened. Sweet Potato asked if they wanted to take a look at the Tsaiji Buddha cave outside Dunhuang City. There were more than 26,000 statues of Buddha, Bodhisattva, celestial beings, and fairies in Tsaiji Buddha cave. It was worthy of being called a sacred place of Buddhism, second only to the 2 Zen temples in the Central Plains and Mount Lontua in the Western region. Unlike many important places of religion, Tsaiji Buddha cave was not built on a mountain. It did not ask for the mountain to be higher than the Buddha. It was built from the ground or carved from the mountain. It allowed visitors and believers to go to the top of Tsaiji Mountain to enjoy the scenery. The only main Buddha was only carved from the mountain. There was no need to go up the mountain. The main Buddha of Tsaiji cave was 3 Buddhas of 3 worlds sitting on the Sumera platform. The one in the middle was 66 feet tall. His face was plump and solemn. The pattern of his cassock hung diagonally in front of him. The 2 sides were more than 40 feet tall. There were bodhisattvas on each side. At the end of the 2 sides were 8 celestial beings. Seeing the towering Buddha statue from afar, Sweet Potato smiled and said, "Behind the main Buddha, there are 81 lotuses. On each lotus, there is a bodhisattva worshipping it. There are many Buddhists in Beimang. These 81 bodhisattvas have almost all been divided among the rich and powerful. Their incense is flourishing. I'm afraid even the 2 Zen temples can't compare. Among them, there are more than 10 great bodhisattvas. Not to mention the rich and powerful in Dunhuang, even the few great city in the grassland would have to think twice before voluntarily giving up the idea of fighting for them." Su Fingnian dismissed it with a smile and raised his head to take a closer look. The main Buddha performed the fearless mudra. On the top of the cavern, there was a large lotus with shallow marks carved by the southern Tang round knife. It left a deep impression on Su Fingnian. Hundreds more flew into the sky. Their bodies were light and their expressions were natural. Su Fengnian lowered his head and put his palms together. Beimeng and Liang were about to launch a mighty Buddha extermination if nothing unexpected happened. Su Fengnian continued to worship Buddha. Sweet Potato did not believe in Buddha, but she followed suit. After standing still for a long time, Su Fengnian did not say anything. He turned around and left. He pulled on the reins but did not mount the horse. He said softly, "Zizai, zizai, zizai, there is no one, there is no me. Ask your own safety at this time, know where you are and you are naturally at ease. Buddha Tathagata, there is a future, there is a future. Find out how this life came to be, come to see Tathagata." Sweet Potato smiled tenderly and said, "Young master, this couplet is very appropriate for the occasion." Su Fengnian turned his head and smiled. He sighed and said, "Isn't that so?" Remembering something, Su Fengnian said, "I met a monk this time. You won't be able to guess who he is." Sweet Potato said, "The Dragon Tree Monk, the abbot of the 2 Zen temples. I know he has come to Beimeng. Since young master said so, it must be him. This Buddhist saint is indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, why would he be praised for crossing all living beings in the sea of bitterness? Only the Kunlun Pond dragon knows how to listen to his lectures. The Buddhist lion's roar can cause the Penglai Sea to raise huge waves." Su Fengnian looked melancholy. She covered her mouth and smiled. She took a few steps back and pointed to the top of the mountain. She said softly, "I just got the news that the Empress wants to invite the state preceptor, Immortal Qilin, to build a Taoist temple on Saiji Mountain." Su Fengnian said to himself, "Do the Buddhists and Taoists hate each other in the mountains?" Su Fengnian left Saiji Myriad Buddha Cave far away. He got on the horse with her and galloped to Dunhuang City. Sweet Potato asked, "Young master, the 6 paths of reincarnation mentioned by the Buddhists, is there really such a thing?" Su Fengnian said calmly, "If you believe it, there is. If you don't believe it, there is none." She hesitated for a moment and looked back. She was destined to die when she was born. She always wanted to give her body to young master so that she could die willingly. If she died early and reincarnated, she would seize the opportunity to be a devout Buddhist in this life and reincarnate as a good-looking woman. Maybe she could meet him again. She didn't want to live until she was old and wrinkled. It was too ugly. Su Fengnian suddenly said, "Sweet Potato, when I have a daughter in the future, no matter who she is, you will help her dress up and teach her how to apply rouge, okay?" She blinked her eyes and asked with a red face, "But I'm just a worthless maid." Su Fengnian said in a deep voice, "I'm a man and you're a woman. It's that simple. If you talk about worthless again, I'll beat you." Sweet Potato lowered her head and then looked up at him in a daze. Outside the city, young master and maid were enjoying each other. He continued, "You have to promise me that I'll bully you when I get to the city. Don't talk about beating you, I'll eat you up." "Really?" "A gentleman keeps his word. Young master is a gentleman. A humble person's words can't be changed even by 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Young master is heroic." "That's right, let's go. Pick a big bed and go to bed." Chapter 535. The yellow sand stretched for thousands of miles. Dunhuang had formed a circle, creating a paradise for 70 to 80,000 people. The snow-white night jade lion did not go through the south gate, but instead went to the north gate. Su Fengnian knew that according to the layout of Dunhuang, going through the north gate was like going through the black tortoise into the imperial palace. However, Sweet Potato was meticulous and had taken root in Dunhuang for many years. Su Fengnian was happy to go along with the host and did not say much. As they approached the north gate, Sweet Potato dismounted and said that he would lead the horse into the city. Su Fengnian did not agree and dismounted together to walk. Sweet Potato insisted on taking the bookcase and carrying it on his back. One on the left and one on the right, they walked towards the north gate. There were 2 rows of strong armored guards with halberds in their hands. They were all ceremonial embroidered halberds. Seeing Sweet Potato in embroidered robes, they knelt down without saying a word. There were more than 100 people kneeling down. Su Fingnian was confused. After passing through the gate, his vision suddenly opened up. Just as the Tide Listening Pavilion had described, the giant palace at the northern end of Dunhuang had been split into 2 for some reason in recent years. Its geographical location was very clear. It was divided into 2 palaces, east and west. The Yeting Palace in the east and the Purple Golden Palace in the west. Su Fingnian followed Sweet Potato and led the horse westward. The ground beneath his feet was paved with thick white jade slices made of fine suet jade. In front of a heavy palace door that was slowly opening, Su Fingnian deliberately squatted down to touch it. Behind the vermilion door, the pretty palace maids in wide-sleeved red and green gowns widened their eyes when they saw this scene. They seemed to be surprised that this young foreigner was so tacky and unworldly. Su Fingnian got up and could not help but ask softly, "Are you the Castellan's confidant or a small leader in the Purple Golden Palace?" Sweet Potato answered with a straight face, "Both." Su Fingnian did not say anything else. Dunhuang's power was complicated. These soldiers and palace maids were not very clean. The more they spoke, the more likely they would make mistakes. Passing through corridors and aisles, Sweet Potato gave the night jade lion to the palace maids to send to the stables. Next, they arrived at the inner court palace. They stopped at a plaque hanging from Qing Li Zhai. Sweet Potato pushed the door open and chuckled, "Young master, are you not afraid that I will betray you and bring you into Dunhuang?" Su Fingnian dismissed it with a smile and walked into the room. He was stunned for a moment. It was actually the same layout as the Wudong Garden of the Northern Liang Prince's mansion. There was a sense of familiarity with the elegant furnishings, porcelain bottles, incense burners, and the 4 treasures on the desk. Su Fingnian reached out to touch a large pouch filled with crystal balls and white chrysanthemums. His fingers then touched the large red sandalwood table with carved dragons. Sweet Potato seemed to have a great sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. She looked at Su Fingnian's side profile and whispered in a sweet voice, "Young master has returned home." Seeing her young master's puzzled face, Sweet Potato no longer kept Su Fingnian in suspense. She put down the bookcase and pulled Su Fingnian to the couch by the window to lie down. She spoke tirelessly, "The lord of the city is this servant's aunt." She sat on this position with the secret support of Bailiang Palace. This servant was originally sent to Wudong Garden with a status similar to that of a hostage. However, Wang Fei treated me like her own daughter and taught me martial arts. On the other hand, this servant was not very close to aunt. And also had a hard life. She was originally a concubine of the Beimang Palace and was framed by Empress Murongshi. That was why she lost the battle for favor and lost the position of empress. However, the late Yellow Emperor had a secret posthumous edict that forbade Murongshi, who was the empress at that time, from killing aunt. He also asked aunt to ensure her safety for the rest of her life. Aunt's family declined and she only brought this servant with her to become homeless. Although her life was not in danger, she had experienced many hardships. At that time, there were many rumors and slanders, which were not all nonsense. Later on, when she met the great general and Wang Fei at the border, her luck changed. In addition, when Tuoba was young, he did receive aunt's favor. After he became the king of the northern courtyard who was in charge of half the country's military, he had a lot of protection for Dunhuang City. There were some things that went beyond the rules in the city, and the Beimang Palace had no choice but to turn a blind eye to it. Sweet Potato sat cross-legged with Su Fingnian resting his head on her lap. She untied the hairband that tied his hair and combed his hair. Su Fingnian closed his eyes and asked, "Your aunt?" Sweet Potato said calmly, "A few years ago, the great demon Luo Yang passed by Dunhuang City. Ant fought with him and died after a year. At that time, Luo Yang was going to enter the city and massacre the city. Ant divided the giant immortal palace and gave the Yeting Palace to this demon as his temporary residence. She racked her brains to invite a peerless Buddha for Dunhuang City. Dunhuang City benefited from the disaster. Even the Beimang Empress stopped many of her infiltrations and even withdrew Zhu Yan's forces. Although Luo Yang was the Yeting Palace master in name, he did not show up in these years. After Ant died, her funeral was kept a secret and I became the palace master of the Purple Gold Palace." Ant left behind her last words. When Luo Yang moved into the Yeting Palace, it meant that she had a backer. Only then did I ascend the throne and announce her death. Su Fengnian frowned. During the trip to Beimang, the famous demon Luo Yang's reputation was like thunder to his ears. Su Fengnian opened his eyes and asked, "Who is this Luo Yang?" Sweet Potato shook his head and said, "No matter how the various powers of Northern Mang investigated, they couldn't find any traces of him. I heard from my aunt that this young man has the appearance of a woman. However, although his brows and eyes are somewhat charming, he has a valiant temperament. He's even better than the young Tuoba Bodhisattva. He likes to wear white clothes and doesn't use weapons." However, there was a rumor that several stunning women had appeared around Luo Yang and were treated as his exclusive property. Among them, there was no lack of daughters of noble families. At that time, Dunhuang City had also sent a young beauty whose beauty could topple a city. Luo Yang's fishing habits should be true. Su Fengnian held Sweet Potato's hand that was caressing his cheek and subconsciously rubbed it. He asked, "Will this Luo Yang have evil thoughts when he sees you?" Sweet Potato smiled and said, "This servant's beauty is probably not enough to enter his eyes." Su Fengnian scolded, "T." Sweet Potato lowered her head and stared into his red phoenix eyes. Her breath smelled like orchids as she whispered, "Young master, after 3 years of traveling, I heard you tell me that only those who eat too much sweet potato will fart. You haven't even eaten a sweet potato yet." Su Fengnian's eyes suddenly widened. Sweet Potato's unruly hand touched his waist and went straight to the root of the problem. He looked into her beautiful face. Her eyes were like silk, and her eyebrows were full of lust. However, the bottom of her eyes could not hide the shyness of a young woman. Su Fengnian did not know whether to laugh or cry. "How much courage do you have to do such a thing? Playing little tricks with a womanizer like me, in the end you are the one who is at a disadvantage." Su Fengnian was not embarrassed by his little brother's uncontrollable hostility. On the other hand, Sweet Potato, who had secretly looked at a few erotic pictures with Green Ant and the others, did not know how to end it. Being stared at by Su Fengnian, Sweet Potato blushed and did not know what to do. Su Fengnian saw that her eyes and cheeks were almost dripping with tears. He did not want to embarrass her any further. He smiled and said, "Stop fooling around. I'm going to take a bath first and then have a good sleep. I won't be taking care of the sword today. I'll have a good rest. When I wake up naturally, we can talk about other things." Sweet Potato felt as if she had been pardoned. When she bent down to put on her embroidered shoes, Su Fengnian slapped her especially plump and bouncy buttocks. He teased, "You don't know, but on this trip to Beimang, I was constantly being teased by women. I even slapped a woman's buttocks in a border town. But she wasn't as pretty as you. Her face was 10 streets away from yours. Only her breasts could be compared to yours, but her buttocks were far from yours." Sweet Potato, who had evil intentions but no guts, fled in panic. Half an hour later, Sweet Potato led Su Fengnian to a side room. There was a bathtub made of yellow rosewood that was filled with mist. It was steaming hot. Even though there were no petals, the fragrance of the bathtub assailed his nostrils. Su Fengnian glanced at Sweet Potato, who had taken off her brocade gown and was only wearing undergarments. This was the gift of this first-class maidservant of Woodone Garden. Every early spring, her fragrance could even attract bees and butterflies. The scene of a woman walking with butterflies fluttering around her was too wonderful for words. The scholar officials were addicted to precious jade figurines and the like, but compared to her national beauty and heavenly fragrance, they were not even worth mentioning. Sweet Potato helped him take off his clothes. She was familiar with these chores and was the only personal maidservant in Bailiang Palace. She was only one step away from becoming a Tongfang. Thus, she was also the first person to see Su Fengnian naked. Only when she was not around would the green ants do it for her. Every time, the latter would want nothing more than to close her eyes in embarrassment. Su Fengnian looked at Sweet Potato, who seemed to be possessed by green ants. He smiled and asked, "You were different in the past. Is it because you're so close to home? What, you only know how to be shy now?" Chapter 536. Su Fengnian walked into the bathtub, and Sweet Potato skillfully wiped his body. It was a long time since he felt so comfortable. Sweet Potato saw a scar on his waist that hadn't faded even after the great yellow courtyard. It was a ghastly sight, and her lips trembled. Su Fengnian, who was enjoying himself with his eyes closed, said calmly, "I was unlucky. Tuoba Chunsun brought two great devils to surround me. After I escaped, I was struck by Duanbua Erwi's thunder spear while I was hunting." Sweet Potato remained silent. Her body was pressed against the wooden wall of the bathtub, and her head rested on Su Fengnian's shoulder. She asked softly, "It's not good to stand outside the tub. Do you want me to come in?" Su Fengnian nodded. She didn't take off her thin clothes. She half squatted in the spacious bathtub, and her technique was delicate. Her clothes were soaked, and it didn't make much difference whether she wore them or not. At this moment, it seemed that wearing more clothes would make her even more charming. When Sweet Potato swam behind him like a plump koi and touched the large patch of fine scars on his back, Su Fengnian laughed softly. "Not long ago, I fought with the devil Shue Songwan and broke two of her zither strings. She had the 18 beats of the Hujia, which made me suffer a lot. Now that I think about it, I still have lingering fears. Sure enough, when I see those rare finger Xian experts, I still have to take a detour. At first, I thought that since she jumped into the finger Xian realm, her combat power should be about the same as Duanbua Erwi's. I thought that she could try to fight with them, but I was wrong. In terms of the three sects, there seemed to be no difference between the three realms. However, in Jianghu, the difference of one realm still made a world of difference. Sweet Potato, what realm are you in?" Sweet Potato rubbed Su Fengnian's chest. Her eyes were blurred, her body trembled, and her voice trembled. "I'm both a fake Vajra and a fake finger Xian. It's enough to kill ordinary people." Su Fengnian smelled the natural fragrance of dragon saliva and ancient sandalwood. He said, "It's about time." Sweet Potato nodded and took the lead to get up and leave the bathtub. She carefully wiped her hands with a silk cloth, and then she picked up a pile of clean clothes. On top of it was a purple robe of exquisite craftsmanship. It was the purple robe of the imperial family of the Central Plains. Su Fengnian walked out of the bathtub and walked closer to take a closer look. He said in surprise, "Is this the python robe of the Southern Tang Imperial Weaving Bureau? How did it came to Dunhuang City?" Sweet Potato smiled and said, "When the scholars of the Central Plains fled to the north, one of the leaders of the Weaving Bureau secretly hid this python robe and sold it for profit to an influential official in Dunhuang. The latter gave it to my aunt as a gift. In fact, there were two robes. The robe in my hand was originally intended to be given to a prince by the king of Southern Tang, so it fits you perfectly. The other robe is a yellow robe that is relatively small and delicate. It's more suitable for me to wear, but it's too tight for you to wear. Try it on." Su Fingnian didn't refuse either. In northern Mang, forget about wearing a fallen nation's python robe. Even if he were to wear the Zhao family's Son of Heaven's dragon robe in private, no one would be so bored as to impeach him. Under Sweet Potato's service, he put on the purple robe of the imperial family of the southern Tang and put on the purple gold crown. There were 2 brocade ribbons on both sides of the crown that hung down to his arms. Standing in front of a large bronze mirror with a red sandalwood frame, Sweet Potato's eyes were intoxicated. She said in a daze, "It's a pity young master didn't become an emperor." Su Fingnian laughed. "You've tried it. You still have to sleep. Don't waste this robe. You should change your clothes too." After taking off the robe, Su Fingnian went to his room and fell asleep. Sweet Potato walked over and sat on the bed. She listened to the soft snoring and felt sad. Before traveling, he had never snored. How tired must he be to be like this? Laying down on her side, Sweet Potato gazed at the serene face that was just inches away from her. She whispered, "Gongzi, you're mine now. You're mine alone. I'm not greedy. Even if it's just for one day, it's fine." Day and night in Dunhuang were like 2 seasons. The day was as hot as the summer, and the night was as cold as the late autumn. When Su Fingnian woke up, he was the only one in the room. He put on his boots and felt a little hungry. He went to the desk and picked up a bell and shook it a few times. A palace maid came over slowly. Su Fingnian ordered in the language of the southern Tang, "Bring me a few pieces of sweet potatoes." The palace maid seemed to understand, but she also seemed to not understand. She did not dare to ask too much. She just thought that she had met a strange guest. She went to get a plate and brought back a few pieces of sweet potatoes. Su Fingnian waved his hand to signal her to leave. He then carried a pile of books to the outside of the courtyard. He first lit the freshly cut branches and dug a small hole. Only then did he start to roast the sweet potatoes. The new branches were wet and were not suitable for roasting. This was what old Huang had taught him in the past. Su Fingnian sat on a small embroidered stool and nibbled on a red heart sweet potato. He turned his head and saw the woman who was about to cry. She could be considered the Empress of Dunhuang. He heard her sobbing, "Young master, is this what you meant by eating sweet potatoes? You didn't keep your word." Su Fingnian opened his mouth wide. He was speechless. Sweet Potato had obviously dressed up. She was charming. Now that she was weeping, she was even more attractive. Su Fingnian said helplessly, "What's the rush?" It said that only when one is full and warm can one have the strength to think about one's desires. "Can't I eat sweet potatoes before eating them?" "You're too unreasonable." Sweet Potato smiled through her tears. Su Fingnian carried a few pieces of sweet potatoes into the room and handed one to her. Sweet Potato shook her head. Su Fingnian said softly as he ate, "When I was traveling, every time I ate a roasted sweet potato, I would think that when I got home, I would definitely change your name. Red musk, etc. How could it be more pleasing than sweet potatoes? Holding it to warm your hands, eating it to warm your stomach, and thinking about how it can also warm your heart, right?" Sweet Potato's face was red. A woman dressed up for her bosom friend. Previously, she had spent a lot of time putting on makeup, but it was worth it. A woman undressed for her bosom friend. Previously, when she wore beautiful and complicated clothes, she also liked it. Perhaps it was because they were too close and had been together for too long, but when Sweet Potato's clothes were taken off, Su Fingnian realized how good she was. It was beyond his imagination. Beneath him was a piece of mutton fat jade that emitted a sweet fragrance. A gentleman's virtue was like jade, and a woman's body was like jade. His fingers touched every inch of her body. Her body was sensitive and trembled incessantly. Like a fish in a pond caught in the crossfire, the pair of large twin peaks shook stubbornly. When he went down, it was muddy. Sweet Potato held her face with both hands, not daring to look at others. She also tried to suppress the soft moans that overflowed from her throat and mouth. Su Fengnian leaned over and bit her earlobe, whispering, "Do you want to end the bitterness and enjoy the sweetness?" Sweet Potato pulled his head down and squeezed it between her breasts. Every moment of the night was worth 1,000 gold. It was a pleasure between a man and a woman. However, for a woman, the first time was usually painful and unbearable. There was no physical pleasure to speak of. As for those who became more courageous the night they had their first taste, in Su Fengnian's opinion, they were either heroines or heroines. It was almost impossible. However, Sweet Potato, whose limbs were as taut as bowstrings, seemed to be at the peak of pleasure. The psychological pleasure clearly far overshadowed the pain. She no longer hid and stared hard at Su Fengnian, who was working on top of her. Her face was as red as a peach. Her legs and hands were wrapped around his slender body. Her fine black hair was scattered on the pillow, which set off her white and plump body. When Su Fengnian lay motionless on top of her, she licked his face with her nimble little tongue and asked provocatively, "Young master, are you okay?" "Don't ask such a question." "Young master, whip this servant to your heart's content. Don't take pity on me. I'll definitely fulfill your wish." Every moment was worth 1,000 gold. By now, he had probably spent a few thousand gold. After the second time, he didn't feel tired. The woman under him was dripping with fragrant sweat, but there was still no sign of begging for mercy. Gradually, they were getting better. "Young master, this is the third time. This servant is really going to die. Now you know what it means to be in a state of ecstasy, hovering between life and death. Come on, turn over." The woman was weeping and complaining, her charming eyes like silk. "Young master, this position is embarrassing." There were no more words, only the sound of panting. Su Fengnian was like an old ox diligently plowing the fields. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and made a gesture of turning over and dismounting. The two sides looked at each other. Su Fengnian saw the messy finger marks on her chest. He held a plump bamboo shoot that was upside down in front of her chest and asked somewhat guiltily, "Does it hurt?" Sweet Potato asked in return, "Is young master tired?" Su Fengnian didn't puff himself up at his own cost. His 5 fingers slightly tightened and he exhaled a long breath. "Do you really think I'm invincible?" Sweet Potato murmured. Her head tilted back slightly and she stuck a finger into her mouth. Su Fengnian laughed and scolded, "You finally know what a disaster is." She suddenly sat up and put on her clothes. She said, "Young master, wait a moment." Su Fengnian didn't know what was going on. He could only turn around and lie down on his side. He watched as she opened a secret room, walked in, and came out a moment later. Su Fengnian was dumbfounded. She put on a golden dragon robe. Under the golden robe was a scene of emptiness. Sweet Potato didn't walk to the big bed. Instead, she walked to the small couch by the window. She put her hands on the couch and bent over to turn her head. Then, she lifted her robe with one hand and smiled charmingly at young master. Su Fengnian muttered to himself, "Let me just die." Chapter 537. Sweet Potato recalled for a moment and said slowly, "Generally speaking, the famous devils of northern Mang like to travel alone, and they won't take the initiative to fall out with the forces of the imperial court. Generally speaking, they will mind their own business. Plus, the laws of northern Mang are relatively lax, so there are very few cases of head-on confrontations. The reason why that devil fought with his life on the line wasn't because he was stubborn, but because Andy had personally brought along a few martial arts experts to prevent him from escaping. Dunhuang City has 80,000 to 90,000 people. The soldiers guarding the city are called the Jinwu Cavalry. They are all light cavalry, armed with short knives and light crossbows. They are not careless in night battles and street battles. Half of them are outside the giant immortal palace, and the other half are outside the city. Among them, there are 40 to 50 people who came from Jianghu. They are good at martial arts. They committed crimes outside and had no choice but to seek refuge in Dunhuang City. And also treated them with courtesy. Those who performed meritorious deeds were even rewarded with some older palace maids. It was not that they could not arrange more crossbowmen, but they were limited by the range. 100 people were enough. The remaining 900 cavalrymen were stationed at both ends of the street. 3 cavalrymen were side by side. In one round of charge, 20 cavalrymen were sent out from the east and west, led by a military officer with good martial arts. After the cavalrymen died in battle, waves of arrows were shot down from the roofs, not giving the demon a chance to breathe. The next batch of cavalrymen would stop firing their crossbows and recover their arm strength. There is a very important point. In addition to the 500 Jin Wu cavalry of the giant immortal palace, there are more than 30 Jin Wu soldiers. They are specifically targeted at the Wuling people who committed crimes in Dunhuang City. These people are not good at cavalry fighting, so ants secretly scattered them into the assault team. Each time, there are 2 or 3 people, waiting for an opportunity to assassinate. There is also a group of them on the roofs. They are allowed to retreat. In this way, in the 6th cavalry charge, the demon died of exhaustion and was trampled into a pile of mud by the horse's hooves. Su Fengnian nodded and said, "This is very similar to the time when our Bailiang army fought against the Sword Emperor of Shishu who guarded the country's gate with only one sword. It was a 2-pronged attack by the cavalry and the men of sacrifice, alternating between light and dark. In addition, the imperial uncle was also determined to die. That was why the entire Jianghu was bitterly disappointed. Last time, Shenmen Cottage was short of a rank 1 master and their cooperation was not good enough. There were too few archers and they could not cause any substantial damage. Otherwise, I would not have been able to leave the mountain so easily. I'm very curious as to how the 9 swords of the Wu family defeated the Beimang's 10,000 cavalry 200 years ago. Are there any secret records in Dunhuang?" Sweet Potato smiled and said, "Auntie is a martial arts fanatic. Aside from her collection of weapons, she also has a few obscure secret manuals. She also likes to comment on the martial artists of the world. She writes them all down on paper, but I'm not really interested in them. I'll bring them out for you later." Su Fengnian joked, "Don't worry, I won't be leaving Dunhuang for a while. I want to see how a city operates, so there's no need to hide this matter." Sweet Potato hugged Su Fengnian's arm. That lump of weight was really shocking. She smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare to fool you." Su Fengnian sighed and said, "This place is really like the Imperial Palace. I wonder what the biggest palace in the world looks like. If I had known, I would have asked Xiao Zhangqing, who had entered the royal capital on his 4th attempt." Sweet Potato smiled and said, "There are palace maids and eunuchs here, but there aren't many, only a few hundred. It can't be compared to the Imperial Palace of Great Peace City. Great Peace City has a human cat Han Diaoxi who fought to the death with Xiao Chongqing 3 times. He's really a weirdo among eunuchs. In my giant immortal palace, the eunuchs are all useless, but the palace maids are all good-looking. Auntie used to be sisters with a secret concubine sect leader from the 4th of the 5 big sects, Princess Tomb. This sect is the biggest demonic sect in Beimang. They have a lot of women and are very good at bewitching men. They take yang to nourish yin, and the women they train are all peerless. Giant Immortal Palace's Dunhuang Flying Immortal Dance was born from Princess Tomb. Would you like to see it? I've only heard of countless men going crazy after seeing it, but I've never heard of anyone who could make an old monk into a bodhisattva. That's why there's a saying about the dance of longevity. It means that whoever can be as unmoving as a mountain can be considered to have achieved longevity. Unfortunately, compared to Princess Tomb's dance of longevity, the Dunhuang flying immortal dance only has 30 to 40% of its essence. Su Fengnian said straightforwardly, it'll be a waste if I don't see it. Even if there's no way to achieve longevity, it'll be good for the eyes. Sweet Potato smiled sweetly, and there wasn't any bitterness or coldness in the depths of her eyes. This was her cleverness and intelligence. Su Fengnian hugged her waist and leaped onto the high wall. They skimmed all the way until they chose the roof of a majestic palace on the central axis of Dunhuang City and lay down. Beside them was the corner of the eaves. After letting go, they looked up at the bright moon above their heads. Su Fengnian pointed and said softly, when I was young, I asked people if there were immortals living on the moon. I asked everyone around me, and the answers were different. My mother said there were. As long as one ascended, they could live in the sky. Su Xiao wasn't serious. He also said there were. He even said that if it rained, it was the immortals' piss. Thunder was fart, and hail was excrement. At that time, whenever it rained, I didn't dare to go out. Second sister was the same as Master Li Shan. They didn't believe in ghosts and gods, so they both said there were no immortals. Eldest sister liked to argue with second sister, but she insisted that there were immortals. One time during the Mid-Autumn Festival, she was angry with second sister. She hugged me and said that when she died, she would definitely watch me from the moon with her mother. She even deliberately said to second sister that she didn't believe in immortals and that she wouldn't be able to see her two younger brothers if she died. Second sister was so angry that she almost hit her. To be honest, I didn't understand why my two sisters always quarreled. At that time, I didn't know anything and liked to fan the flames. I was happy to see them glare at each other and puff their cheeks. You also know how proud second sister is. Only this kind of trivial family matter can make her angry. Whatever military affairs, national affairs, or worldly affairs, she calculates them as if they were playing chess. It was because she was indifferent that she was invincible. I remember that every time we had a snowball fight, I was with her. It was called grand. She tossed us around like we were marching into a war. We always returned victorious, but she never got tired of it. Once, I secretly stuffed a small snowball into the back of her collar. She chased me around half of the prince's mansion. Su Xiao didn't have the code of brotherhood and was just foolishly laughing. After second sister tidied me up, I chased after Su Xiao and killed half of the prince's mansion to vent my anger. Now that I think about it, how many fathers in the world are as sullen as Su Xiao? None, right? With such a disappointing son like me, it's already good enough that he didn't die from anger. After I turned 20, I didn't want to pursue any imperial ambitions. I only wanted to do two things well, to practice martial arts and to avenge my mother with my own hands. To command an army and give Su Xiao a lighter burden in his later years. Sweet Potato held Su Fengnian's slightly cold hand and didn't say anything to comfort him. Su Fengnian shook his head and laughed, it's good that he really ascended. I'm willing to believe in the one who rides the bull. Sweet Potato laughed softly, I heard that Hong Shixiang is the reincarnation of Ancestor Lu. Then young master, you're the most powerful person in the world. You've beaten up Ancestor Lu's immortals, and often at that. Su Fengnian smiled. Sweet Potato turned sideways, one hand supporting her cheek, and two fingers of her other hand stroking her young master's eyelashes. She said softly, young master, your eyelashes are really long. I used to dream of touching them. Su Fengnian didn't stop her little action. He said, Sweet Potato, when I leave Dunhuang, you also go back to Beiliang. Don't be a death warrior pawn. Be my concubine in the future. Su Xiao will also agree. He's good at one thing, and that's that he doesn't ask about anyone's background. Even Lu Qingyan, the woman from the Green Party, can do it. Can't you? Sweet Potato shook her head. This might be the first time in her life that she didn't agree. Su Fengnian turned around and frowned. Sweet Potato, who seemed weak but was unusually stubborn in her bones, blinked her eyes. How can a concubine like a marionette kill people? Su Fengnian said unhappily, you like killing people? She nodded without hesitation. Su Fengnian stared. Sweet Potato hid in his arms and whispered, young master, do you like to be a prince of Bailiang just for show? Su Fengnian sighed and said, putting yourself in my shoes, I understand the reason. But can't you let me be unreasonable? Sweet Potato curled up in his arms like a kitten. It's Sweet Potato who is unreasonable. I should listen to everything master says. Su Fengnian didn't say anything. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He narrowed his eyes, which would make any woman envious. He patted Sweet Potato's round buttocks and ordered, sit on me. After Sweet Potato sat on him, she looked confused and shy. She whispered, young master, do you want to do it here? Su Fengnian said fiercely, what do you think? You know, Auntie said that I'm 70 to 80% similar to the Beimang Empress when she was young. She took off her skirt and whispered in his ear, young master, there's a dragon throne in the hole. Tomorrow, I'll wear the dragon robe and go there. Chapter 538. A fledgling young swordsman met a newly minted female swordsman. In the end, he suffered a crushing defeat and could only beg the female swordsman to spare his life. After sending Sweet Potato back to rest, Su Fengnian did not expect to be able to do that kind of thing on the dragon throne in the palace in the next few days. Women had just broken out of their melons, so to have sex every day would be too ungentlemanly. Su Fengnian returned to the roof of the palace alone and sat in a daze. During this time, he nurtured his sword and Xian Lei. After that, he dripped his blood on the spring plum blossoms. After dawn, the morning glow slowly bloomed on the eastern horizon. Su Fengnian looked at the magnificent scene above the 9 heavens. At this moment, the melodious morning bell of the giant fairy palace rang out. For some reason, perhaps because the battle on Changle Peak had vented all his anger, Su Fengnian felt a surge of noble spirit in his chest. The flow of his qi was much faster than usual, especially when he stood up and saw with his own eyes that the morning glow between heaven and earth moved from east to west. When the ray of morning glow fell before his eyes, Su Fengnian sat cross-legged. His flying sword was exposed from his sleeves, and the flying sword's sword aura exploded. This flying sword, which was only of average quality among the 12 flying swords, flew out of his hand and spun happily without control. It was like a monster in a fantasy. After hundreds of years of arduous cultivation, it was enlightened in a single day. The sword embryo was complete. There was a sword coming from the east. Su Fengnian was wild with joy. He had worn out his iron shoes in vain, only to find what he was looking for without any effort. Immediately he did not need any qi to guide him. With a thought, the flying sword, Morning Dew, flashed and disappeared. Wherever his heart pointed, the sword would follow. After teasing for a long time, Su Fengnian's mind was filled with an unworthy thought. Damn it, I can finally nurture one less sword. Su Fengnian was not in a hurry to put away his sword. He quietly sat where he was and watched the morning dew's flight path. His eyes gradually revealed an expression of shock. He tightly pursed his lips and gnashed his teeth. What a dong tai! The wonder of the flying sword does not lie in the flying sword itself. It does not even nurture the sword. It lies in the hidden sword technique. Su Fengnian self-deprecatingly said, if I had said it earlier, given my personality, I would have definitely racked my brain to find a shortcut. It's better not to say it. Su Fengnian raised his smiling face. His 5 fingers flipped and the flying sword circled around him. He looked like a delicate and naive girl who had just experienced her first awakening of love. The more Su Fengnian watched, the more he wanted to laugh. This was probably the joy of practicing martial arts. On the path of martial arts, the heavens would not let down those who worked hard. If there were some more opportunities, there would be all kinds of glimmers of hope. There would be a pleasant surprise of jumping out of the well. Su Fingnian put the morning dew back into his sword pouch and jumped off the roof. He walked through the purple gold palace and returned to Qingqiuzhai. Using the only memory he had before he started practicing blade martial arts, he clearly recognized the layout of the palace courtyard from above. He would not get lost. Perhaps because of Sweet Potato's words, some of the palace maids and eunuchs who had woken up early to work were very respectful. Although they did not kneel, they still stood with their heads lowered, not daring to take a second look. Seeing her leaning against the courtyard door waiting for his return, Su Fingnian was somewhat absent-minded. Sweet Potato said softly, "Young master, I have already prepared a bowl of plain porridge and a few side dishes according to your taste." Su Fingnian tapped her forehead. "Don't you know some ways to maintain your health? Don't you know how to slack off?" Sweet Potato smiled. "That is the life of the young ladies. I can't envy them, and I don't like it either. Being exposed to the wind will make you cold. Being exposed to the sun will make you heatstroke. Crying after reading a few lines of palace-made poetry is not the temperament of our Bailiang women." Su Fingnian finished his breakfast. In today's world, the rich usually ate 3 meals, while the poor ate 2. As for those who were qualified to raise palace maids and eunuchs, they were no longer wealthy in the ordinary sense. In this way, Sweet Potato, who could wear a dragon robe and play the role of an empress, was indeed much more wealthy than the young ladies. She single-handedly controlled the life and death of 70 to 80,000 people in Dunhuang City. In the end, when it came to Su Fingnian, she was still a maidservant. Su Fingnian really couldn't find anything to be discontent about. He came to the study room that was like being in the Bailiang Palace in Wutongan. The large red sandalwood table was filled with secret files that Sweet Potato had brought over and her aunt's handwritten handwriting. Su Fingnian saw a brass scroll painting. He glanced at Sweet Potato, who was standing beside him and grinding with her sleeves rolled up. He saw the corners of her mouth curl up. He opened it to take a look. As expected, it was a portrait that was obviously drawn by a court painter. She wore a bright phoenix crown and had the posture of a mother model. Su Fingnian went back and forth between the painting and Sweet Potato several times. He clicked his tongue and said, "It's really similar. The shape is 70.5, and the spirit is 60. Seeing Sweet Potato's burning gaze, Su Fingnian expressionlessly waved his hand and said, "Rest for 2 days." She tilted her head and smiled. Su Fingnian slapped her buttocks and said with a smile, "Virtue. Outside of Wutongan, you are unbearably wild. Wait until this young master restores his strength. Next time, I will definitely make you beg for mercy." Su Fingnian didn't touch the secret manuals that martial artists yearn for even in their dreams. His tide listening pavilion didn't have enough of them. Those martial artists whose innate talents weren't lacking were like housewives who couldn't cook without rice. They didn't have a great teacher to guide them, nor did they have a master to guide them through the door, nor did they have a secret manual to help them enter the room. It was indeed difficult for them to move forward. Their heroic spirit was lacking, and it was difficult for them to make a name for themselves. However, these 2 things weren't rare for the children of influential families. On one hand, they didn't have enough willpower, and they couldn't bear the suffering of sailing against the current. On the other hand, a large part of it was because there were too many paths leading to higher realms, to the point where they didn't know where to start. Or perhaps they went astray. If they learned all kinds of martial arts and read all the secret manuals, it would instead be difficult for them to become a grandmaster. As for Su Fingnian, who was close to Wang Xianji, he knew that he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew. As a result, he had always picked secret manuals that were beneficial to his blade technique. Now that he had Wang Xianji's blade technique manual, he was even more undistracted. Su Fengnian was working so hard because he truly felt that if he didn't put his life on the line to practice martial arts, he wouldn't be able to face the fellow who had been sloppy and thieving with him and was still carrying a wooden sword. The next time they met, once his identity was discovered, wouldn't he be chopped to death by Wen Hua's wooden sword? Chapter 539. Putting down the scroll, Meng Qi flipped through Aunt Sweet Potato's handwriting. It was obvious that the handwriting was the same as the heart of a raccoon's hair and the tip of an autumn rabbit's hair. It was said that words were born from the heart, but it was not very accurate. After all, there were countless people who could write well. However, if one were to add in the type of brush used, especially those who only used one type of brush, one could roughly guess it. This woman was indeed a fierce person who competed with the current Northern Ming Empress for the favor of the Empress. Although the strokes were strict and dignified in small regular script and were extremely particular about the rules and style, in terms of individual words, each stroke was as if it was carved into wood. Su Fengnian somewhat understood how she managed to teach a woman like Sweet Potato. Meng Qi slowly browsed through the handwriting. Most of the handwriting was about the famous deeds of the previous generation of Beimang Jianghu. Just reading the handwriting was enough to make Su Fengnian applaud. Sweet Potato considerately carried a pot of green ant wine shipped from Beiliang. Su Fengnian finally saw the Battle of the Nine Swords in the Wu family's sword tomb. Sweet Potato and also heard about it from hearsay. However, compared to ordinary people's exaggerated stories, the words of the second king of Dunhuang City were much more credible. She herself was a top martial arts master. The few hundred words she wrote shocked Su Fengnian. After reading it a few times, Su Fengnian was still not satisfied. He sighed and said, "So that's how it is." The two generations of the Wu family's sword tomb 200 years ago were known as the most amazing period of the sword tomb. There were 9 sword masters. 1 was at the celestial state, 2 were at the Xian finger state, 1 was at the Vajra state, and the remaining 5 were at the master level. It was conceivable that if the Wu family was given another generation, even if 1 or 2 of them died of old age, they would still be able to achieve the unprecedented achievement of 5 first grades in one martial art. Su Fengnian only heard about the 9 swords of the Wu family going to Beimang from a guard servant. At that time, there was a swordsman in Beimang who claimed that there was no swordsman in the Central Plains. However, Su Fengnian did not take this statement seriously. Although the Wu family had always been arrogant and looked down on all the swordsmen in the world, no matter how impulsive they were, they would not go all out to Beimang. He once asked Li Chungang during his travels, but the old man with a sheepskin fur coat only said that the west sword led the east, and did not explain further. Based on the content written by Aunt Sweet Potato, Su Fengnian had a rough understanding of the situation. The 9 swords against the 10,000 cavalrymen were not fighting on their own. Instead, the most powerful person, the celestial state sword crown, would be the eye of the formation. The 8 of them would take turns to be the sword master and sword attendant, eventually forming a shocking sword-controlling formation. One could imagine the scene of the 10,000 cavalrymen tightly surrounding the 9 of them. The scene was bleak and bloody. Wave after wave of cavalrymen charging, in addition to thousands of flying swords decapitating the enemy. What kind of sword chi would it be? Su Fengnian exclaimed again and again. He leaned back in his chair and muttered to himself, this sword formation can only be created by a top swordsman. It's impossible to use it on the battlefield. Can it be simplified like that set of fist techniques for riding a bull? It seemed to be quite difficult. The Jianghu experts were already impatient with rules and regulations. Being a watchdog for the rich and powerful, they were only aiming for a stable martial path. Only fools would be willing to fight for their lives. However, it would be good if he could get the rough foundation of the sword formation. Where could he find it? The Wu family sword tomb. It seemed unrealistic. Would the Beimang royal court have secret documents? Even if they did, it would be even more unrealistic. It's not something that can be exchanged with gold or silver. Sweet Potato chuckled. If young master really wants it, you can use the men of sacrifice lurking in the royal court to do it. Su Fengnian shook his head. That's not taking human lives seriously. It's not worth it. Oh, Sweet Potato replied. Su Fengnian did not even raise his head. He continued to flip through the book and said, "Don't think about it. You're not allowed to join in the fun. Do you hear me?" Sweet Potato hummed softly in agreement. Su Fengnian raised his head and laughed angrily. "Don't play dumb with me." Sweet Potato's eyes were full of flirtatiousness. She wrinkled her small and delicate nose and said very childishly, "I know." In Su Fengnian's impression of her, other than scrupulously abiding by her duties as a maidservant, she was also like a meticulous sister. She was flawless and made people feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. The second-class maidservants in the courtyard had been with His Royal Highness for a long time. They knew that he was good-tempered, but he could be a little rascal and mischievous. Only Sweet Potato, who had never been angry or black-faced, and Blue Bird, who had a cold temperament, had never crossed the line for more than 10 years. Su Fengnian lowered his head again. As he read, he suddenly withdrew his hand as if it was scalding. Curious, Sweet Potato took a closer look. The words, "Tuoba," came into view. She smiled knowingly. Since he had come to Baimang, how could he avoid this bodhisattva, the martial god? Moreover, young master had a life-and-death battle with Tuoba Chunsun. The 3 pages were all about this Baimang god of war. According to the format of the handwriting, it was accumulated several times. Almost every time Tuoba made a breakthrough, the woman, the Dunhuang city lord, would write about her insights. Su Fengnian read it over and over again, tirelessly. Sweet Potato glanced at the dragon spitting out pearls engraved on the table. When it was lunchtime, she quietly left the room and quickly returned with a lunch box. Su Fengnian randomly ate his food and continued to read the 3 pages of precious words. Sweet Potato moved a chair to sit beside him. Seeing a grain of rice at the corner of his mouth, she reached out to pick it up and put it into her own mouth. Su Fengnian did not mind. He had been with Sweet Potato for many years. It could be said that she was the one who cleaned up the mess of his first youthful semen. She had always been warm to his heart. Even last night's 2 plum blossoms came naturally. What was there to be pretentious about? Sweet Potato took the lunch box and sat down. She said softly, "If I die today, will young master remember me for the rest of my life?" Su Fengnian calmly said, "Sweet Potato, if you dare to die, I dare to forget you completely. I mean what I say." Sweet Potato's eyes reddened, but she laughed heartily and said, "Young master is so heartless." This chapter was dedicated to the new top scorer, Gongzi Yu. Chapter 540. After the giant immortal palace in Dunhuang was forcibly split into 2, the palace maids and eunuchs sent to the Yeting Palace seemed to have been banished to the cold palace. They were not welcomed. Most of these people were small characters who were neither powerful nor favored. At first, there were some people who hoped to rely on speculation to gain status, so they took the initiative to transfer from the Zijin Palace to the Yeting Palace. Later, when they saw that the mysterious new master did not show any signs of moving in, their hearts immediately turned cold. They hurriedly stuffed money in red envelopes to the Imperial Household Department, and the opportunists returned to the Zijin Palace. Now, less than 100 people were left to guard the empty 2 palaces and 4 halls. In addition to the beautiful scenery of the Yujing Garden, they could only do some chores like tending the flowers and sweeping. There was no hope for them to gain anything. A few days ago, there was a female official who was careless and caused trouble for a small commander of the Jinwu Guards cavalry. She did not dare to say anything. If it were not for the fact that the commander, who was known by the whole city for his body odor, made a slip of the tongue after drinking and spreading it to the ears of the palace master of the Zijin Palace, he might have been defiled several times. The Eugene Garden was built to imitate the imperial gardens of the Central Plains. The city of Dunhuang was built on yellow sand. Just the water supply for this garden cost a huge amount of money. One could imagine how much pressure the demon Luo Yang had brought to Dunhuang. However, for the young eunuch, whether it was the new palace master of the Zijin Palace or the chief demon of the Beimang Palace, who had never shown his face in the Yeting Palace, they were both terrifying and unreachable figures. He hoped that he would never see them again in his life. The child's surname was Tong. He was 12 or 13 years old and looked delicate and thin. When he entered the palace last winter, he took an old eunuch as his master and changed his name to Dong Shou. His family was extremely poor. His parents were sick and his sisters were about to starve to death. Poor children took charge of the household early, but they had no land and no skills. Even if they became beggars, how much food could they get back home? At that time, the child, who was only 9 years old, gritted his teeth and followed the method he had heard by accident. He was bleeding and fainted in the snow outside the northern gate of Xidigarba's original wish. He was seen by the old eunuch who went out of the palace to buy ingredients. He went back to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to plead for him. After much persuasion, the old eunuch used all the favors that he had carefully accumulated in his life to bring this poor child into the palace to be a young eunuch. Unexpectedly, the eunuch was not clean and only recovered after lying in bed for 3 months. He was then taken to the torture room to be cleansed again. The child almost did not make it through that winter. Fortunately, the old eunuch had some spare money and spent it on the child's upbringing. However, the old eunuch had no power, no influence, and no cliques. Dong Shou was originally doing odd jobs in the Purple Gold Palace's Imperial View Garden, so he naturally could not go to the Purple Gold Palace to earn money. Fortunately, the expenses in the palace were not high, and he could still send some of his salary out of the palace to his family. During this period of time, some of his salary would naturally be deducted by the eunuchs who had changed hands. The young eunuch Dong Shou was also content and did not have any complaints. He heard that his family had sold a younger sister, but his salary would be enough to support the entire family. Dong Shou only felt a little guilty. He thought that when he was successful in the future, he would endure 5 or 6 years to become a small leader and then save money to redeem his sister. The older young eunuchs in the Yeting Palace liked to tease him. The rules in the palace were strict and there were not many eunuchs. Other than working hard and conscientiously, they had no fun. They gathered in groups to gamble and gossip. Once they were discovered, they would be beaten to death. Moreover, the Yeting Palace was sparsely populated. It was like being raised by a stepmother. It was especially lifeless. The young eunuchs, who were naughty and mischievous, would play with the helpless Dong Shou from time to time. They did not dare to do it openly. Usually, like today, they would call him to the shadows of the Eugene Garden, take off his pants, and step on him. 5 or 6 young eunuchs laughed and left. Dong Shou silently put on his pants and patted the dust away. He leaned against the rockery and gasped in pain. The rockery behind him was called Dui Chun Mountain. His master said that it was made of stones found from the spring deity lake in the Dongyue dynasty. There were precious trees planted on the mountain that were evergreen all year round, so it was called Dui Chun Mountain. The stone path under his feet was inlaid with various colored cobblestones to form the 3 characters of Fu, Lu, and Shou. He only knew these 3 characters now. He estimated that he would be like this for the rest of his life. At most, he would add the character Dong in his name. He originally wanted to ask his master how to write the character Tong in his surname. The old eunuch coldly said that since he had entered the palace, he should not remember these useless things. After that, Dong Shou gave up and began to completely regard himself as a member of the palace. Dong Shou walked a few steps and could not bear the pain. He bent down to rest for a while. Thinking that he still had to secretly cut and water some flowers and trees for his master, he endured the pain and moved forward. He suddenly stopped and saw a handsome person in purple standing at the entrance of Dui Chun Mountain. The person looked more spirited than the Jinwu guards. As for the robe, it was unimaginably beautiful and noble. Dong Shou hurriedly knelt down to pay his respects. Su Fengnian looked at this young eunuch. This was the second time he had met this young eunuch. The first time, he was sitting on a tree and enjoying the scenery. He saw the youth sneaking around the garden and going to the top of Dui Chun Mountain. He looked out of the palace and secretly cried. Su Fengnian flatly said, "Don't kneel. I am not a member of the palace." The young eunuch was stunned for a moment. His face turned pale. He hurriedly got up and grabbed the man's sleeve. He nervously said, "Hurry up and leave. If you are caught, you will be beheaded." Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Why don't you ask someone to catch me?" Dong Shou seemed to be confused. After hesitating for a moment, he still shook his head. He realized that one of his hands might have dirted the man's sleeve. He hurriedly retracted his hand. His expression was still flustered. He lowered his voice and begged, "Hurry up and run. If you are caught, it will be too late." Su Fengnian said, "Don't worry. I am a stonemason from Yujing Garden. I am responsible for repairing Dui Chun Mountain. It is this rockery behind you." Dong Shou stared at him for a while. It did not seem like he was lying. He felt relieved. Su Fengnian asked, "Why were you beaten?" Dong Shou became nervous again. He instinctively stuttered, No, I was just playing with a friend." Su Fengnian sarcastically said, "Friend? A small eunuch also has a friend?" Dong Shou's face turned red and then white. He did not know what to do. Su Fengnian shook his head slightly and asked, "You are called Dong Shou. The senior eunuchs in the palace gave you a shabby name. But I guess your master is also a good-for-nothing." Dong Shou was angry for the first time. He still stuttered, You are not allowed to talk about my master like that." Su Fengnian squinted and said, "I already said it. What can you do? Hit me. I am a stonemason invited to work in the palace. Can you afford to offend me? Do you believe that your master will be kicked out of the palace and starved to death together? When the time comes, don't be called Dong Shou. Just call him Xia Si." Dong Shou suddenly cried and knelt down. He no longer stuttered. He kowtowed and said, "Dong Shou is not sensible. I offended the stonemason. You can hit me, but don't implicate my master." The small eunuch quickly kowtowed on the cobblestone floor. It happened to be the word "show." Su Fengnian saw Sweet Potato coming over from the corner of his eye. He waved his hand to signal her not to come closer. He said slowly, "Get up. I am here to work. I won't lower myself to your level." The small eunuch still did not dare to get up. He continued to kowtow, "Stonemason is magnanimous. It is good that you beat me to vent your anger. I will only dare to get up when I have vented enough." Su Fengnian said angrily, "Get up." Not to mention the small eunuch, even Sweet Potato, who was in the distance, was shocked. Dong Shou stood up timidly. He did not dare to wipe the blood off. It flowed down between his eyebrows and down his cheeks. Su Fengnian reached out to wipe it with his sleeve. The small eunuch stepped back. Seeing him frown, he did not dare to hide anymore. He was afraid that all his previous efforts would be wasted and that he would anger the stonemason again. Chapter 541. After wiping away the bloodstains, the two of them were momentarily speechless. Su Fengnian did his best to put on a pleasant expression. "Go do what you need to do." The young eunuch trembled as he left. After walking far away, he quietly turned around and saw the purple-clothed stonemason. Su Fengnian smiled. "I'll just walk around and take a look." Don't worry about me. Following that, Dong Shou went to prune the flowers and plants that were much more valuable than his life. When he accidentally saw the stonemason pluck a flower, he endured the fear in his heart and cried out that this was a crime punishable by execution. Then the stonemason said that he was a stonemason and that it didn't matter. As a result, Dong Shou worked for 2 hours and cried no less than 6 times. Fortunately, the Imperial View Garden occupied a large area and no one paid attention to the situation in the flower bed. Dong Shou felt that his courage had been broken and his teeth were chattering incessantly. However, he didn't have the courage to call for someone to take this purple-clothed man away. Although the stonemason spoke lightly, he felt that if he was caught committing such a crime, he would definitely be beheaded in public. In the past 2 years, every time he saw a dying chick fall from a nest in a tree, he would grieve for a long time. How could he bear to kill a living person? Afterwards, Dong Shou was struck by lightning by the scene in front of him. The stonemason walked to the side of a brocade-clothed woman whose face couldn't be seen clearly and chatted happily. Having an affair with a female official in the palace was a crime punishable by death. Dong Shou closed his eyes and muttered, "I didn't see anything." "Nothing at all." Su Fingnian walked back to the young eunuch and smiled. "What was your surname and given name before you entered the palace?" Dong Shou wanted to speak but hesitated. Su Fingnian waited quietly. Dong Shou lowered his head and said softly, "Tong Guan." "Guan as in money." Su Fingnian nodded and smiled. "The name is very good." Dong Shou quickly raised his head and asked in high spirits, "Really?" Su Fingnian said in all seriousness, "Really." In Liang, there was a destroyed southern Tang. There was once a great eunuch called Tong Guan. He had a great background and became the prime minister. Dong Shou was confused. Su Fingnian sat on the grass near the lake. Behind him was a beautiful field of flowers. He explained, "Normally, when a man becomes the Grand Secretary or Prime Minister, he is called Gong Xiang. Actually, there is no such thing as superfluous. But that Tong Guan, who shares the same name as you, is too powerful. As a eunuch, he has the same authority as the Prime Minister. That is how the title of Gong Xiang and Gong Xiang came into existence." The young man secretly grinned, feeling very proud. Su Fingnian changed the topic and asked, "Do you know that Duichun Mountain is the place where the Dunhuang Castellan ascended during the Double Ninth Festival?" The young eunuch said blankly, "I've never heard my master mention it." Su Fingnian smiled and said, "In the future, when you miss home, you can go there and look outside the palace." The young eunuch blushed. Su Fingnian asked, "If one day you become a great eunuch, what will you do?" Dong Shou said shyly, "Send a lot of money to my parents and sister outside the palace. And to show filial piety to master." "It's gone." "I don't think so." "Tell me the truth." "Kill those eunuchs who laughed at my master. Those who bullied you. Kill them all. Skin them alive and pull out their tendons." Unknowingly, he revealed his thoughts. Remembering his master's teachings, the young eunuch was suddenly horrified and remorseful. He did not dare to say another word. Su Fingnian looked at the lake and said lightly, "Don't be afraid. This is what a man should say and do. I don't have time to be apologetic with a young eunuch like you." Dong Shou lowered his head and said, "Am I a man?" Su Fingnian smiled and said, "It's fine as long as you know it." The clouds were light and the wind was light. Sweet potato did not disturb them. In the next few days, Su Fingnian, in addition to reading the writings and similar records about Dunhuang, would go to Yujing Garden to get some fresh air and chat with the young eunuch when he was free. Gradually, Dong Shou was no longer reserved and timid. He became more lively and lively. The two of them chatted casually. A woman's temper is directly related to the size of her breasts. If you don't believe me, think about the situation of the palace maids around you. Isn't this the truth? Oh, it seems to be true. Then which palace maid sister do you think has the heaviest breasts? Of course it's the palace maid sister Chishue. Her face is very beautiful. Those Jinwu horsemen on duty can't take their eyes off her every time. Hey, I'm about the same, but it's just a thought. Well, there's also Sister Shiyu who works in Chenrue Palace. Her breasts might be bigger, but she's not as beautiful as Chishue. Then you like big ones? No, I think it's not good to have big breasts. It's better to have small breasts. They're so heavy that they'll burst their clothes. I feel tired for them. The face is still the most important thing. You're still young. You don't understand. Sir Stonemason, you know. Can you tell me? Why would a young eunuch like you know this? Sigh. Are you worried? There's food and drink. What's there to worry about? I don't think about things between men and women. In fact, I know that there are palace eunuchs and palace maids who are quite pitiful. Are they as pitiful as you? Sigh. Dong Shou, you only know sigh. Hee, you're ignorant. I don't know what to say. There's nothing I can do about it. The last meeting was very short. It was at dusk. Su Fengnian said, the matter is done. We're leaving the palace. The young eunuch didn't want to cry, but he couldn't hold back. Soon, he burst into tears. Then, he asked him to wait for a while. He ran away in a hurry. When he came back, he handed Su Fengnian a money bag and begged him to give it to his family outside the palace. Su Fengnian asked, aren't you afraid that I'll be greedy? The young eunuch shook his head and said, I know that Sir Stonemason isn't such a person. Su Fengnian threw the money bag back and smashed it on his face. He scolded, what do you know? What if it's embezzled or forgotten by me? Can your family starve for a month? Dong Shou picked up the money bag. He felt wronged and at a loss. He began to sob again. Su Fengnian touched his head and said softly, in the future, don't trust anyone so easily. However, once you've set your mind on something, you have to do it well. Give me the money bag. I promise I'll deliver it to you. Dong Shou wiped his tears and handed over the money bag with a happy smile. Su Fengnian turned to leave. After thinking for a while, he turned around and ordered, go break a flower branch and bring it over. The young eunuch was conflicted. In the end, he gathered his courage and went to break a branch. Su Fengnian squatted on the ground and wrote 2 words on the ground with the branch. He raised his head. Dong Shou's voice trembled with excitement. He asked carefully, Tong Guan. After Su Fengnian got up, he broke the flower branch section by section and threw it into the lake. He rubbed the young eunuch's head with all his strength. The young eunuch cried and laughed. Su Fengnian walked straight away. When he turned the corner, he saw Sweet Potato standing gracefully. Sweet Potato asked softly, should I arrange a stable yamen for the little guy or throw him into a pot of oil and fry him? Su Fengnian shook his head and said, there's no rush. Let's wait for another 2 years. If his temperament hasn't changed, we'll find someone to teach him how to read and then send him to the sutra depository. He'll read the secret manuals freely. Don't try too hard and spoil his growth. What happens next will depend on his own luck. Sweet Potato nodded. By the lake, the young eunuch picked up some branches near the lake and stuffed them into his sleeve. He was about to throw them into the bottomless and narrow holes on Mount Duechuan. He returned to the 2 words, Tong Guan, and squatted down to look at it again and again. He memorized it in his mind. When he was about to wipe it away, he still couldn't bear to do so. After thinking for a while, he took out a thorny branch and deeply carved 2 small words on his palm. He squatted there in a daze. After a long time, he came back to his senses and said, "If I had known, I would have begged my benefactor to teach me how to write the word dong." The young eunuch slapped his face hard. "Don't be ungrateful." He stood up and clenched his fists. His eyes were firm. The young man loosened his fists and looked down. He muttered, "Tong Guan. Thank you to the new top scorer and the adorable Xiao San." Chapter 542. Before 12 o'clock a.m., Chapter 2. Before 4 o'clock a.m., Chapter 3. Is there a fourth chapter? To be determined. The Zijin Palace had a temple of discipline that overlooked the entire city. The top floor was a library. Outside the building, there was a stone carving of a dragon spitting water. Sweet Potato's aunt had planted 5 crabapple trees. Su Fingnian had moved from the Qingming courtyard to the library in the Temple of Discipline for the past few days. He often stood by the window for hours. Sweet Potato could live leisurely in Wudong Garden like a koi swimming in water, but she definitely could not do so in Dunhuang. Now, 70 to 80,000 people had to look up to her. She was like a young empress ruling from behind a curtain. Although she had a group of capable female officials from the Zijin Palace to help her deal with political affairs, the entanglement of Dunhuang's various powers was a mess. Everything needed her to make a final decision. Fortunately, Su Fengnian did not let her stick to his side. There was no wall in the world that did not have a crack. Even if this wall was the wall of the emperor's house, it could not be concealed. From time to time, Su Fengnian, who was secretly wandering around the palace, felt an undercurrent surging. The tendrils extended outwards and then fed back into the palace. Su Fingnian did not know if this was the norm for Giant Immortal Palace and Dunhuang. When he asked Sweet Potato, she said that Dunhuang had always been under her aunt's control. When the devil Luo Yang was outside the city, Dunhuang was like a plate of loose sand. The powers that were indebted to her aunt all watched as she left the city alone and returned with heavy injuries. After Luo Yang left, she did some icing on the cake. As for the common people, most of them saw it as a matter of course. You are the lord of Dunhuang City. If you don't take action, who will? If you die, it's just a change of master. If the city is breached, no matter how much Luo Yang kills the innocent, 70 to 80,000 people will not be able to kill us, right? If we change masters, at the very least, everyone will suffer together. It's better than standing out and being slaughtered by the devil. Su Fingnian laughed when he heard this answer. At that time, Sweet Potato asked, if one day Beiliang's 300,000 steel cavalry failed to defend the northwestern border, and the millions of Beiliang's citizens surrendered without a fight, or even surrendered to Beimang and turned against Beiliang's army, would young master's heart turn cold? Su Fingnian asked, what would you do if you were me? Sweet Potato brushed her lips with her finger and said with a smile, if this servant is like you, the king of Beiliang, and such a thing really happens, it's fine if I don't see it. If I see one, I'll kill one. Su Fingnian sighed and said, you being the master of Dunhuang City is a bit of a waste of talent. Sweet Potato mentioned that 500 li to the north of Jinxi province were the ruins of the Wu family's 9 Swords massacre of 10,000 cavalry. Su Fingnian then had the thought of leaving the city. That night, on the dragon throne in Giant Immortal Palace's main hall, she wore a dragon robe and sat high up on the dragon throne, assuming the posture of a monarch overlooking the world. If an older important official of Northern Mang's imperial tent saw this scene, they would only mistake it for the empress regaining her youth. It was late spring, and the night was absurd. Fortunately, there was no morning court in Dunhuang City. Before dawn, they returned to the Qingfeng courtyard and took a bath together. Su Fingnian was helped by her to put on the Black Mountain Scholar's white robe. He carried the bookcase on his back. Sweet Potato circled the robe twice to check for flaws and fill in the gaps. She only wanted to be perfect. When she couldn't find any fault, she said with a look of pity, you look like a scholar with a mind full of poetry and books. It's very nice, but the purple python robe is even better. Su Fingnian patted the spring and autumn sword and said softly, "Don't send me off." Sweet Potato shook her head and said, "Send him to the Gate of Wishes." When they arrived outside the gate of Xidigarba's Gate of Wishes, Sweet Potato said that she wanted to send him 10 li away. Su Fingnian said helplessly, "If you send him off like this, we'll just go straight back to Bailiang." Sweet Potato carefully groomed Su Fingnian again and asked, "You really don't want the Night Jade Lion? Even if you're afraid of being too eye-catching, you can just find a good steed to ride on. If you get impatient, you can just throw it away." Su Fingnian shook his head and said, "We still don't know who's going to take care of who. Walking is still the easiest. Once we've developed feelings for each other, I can't bear to throw it away just like that." Sweet Potato said softly, "Take care, young master." Su Fingnian nodded and said, "You should also return to Bailiang as soon as possible." "I'll still say the same thing. I don't care how important Dunhuang City is in Bailiang's plans, I want you to live well." Sweet Potato lowered her eyebrows and said, "I understand." Su Fingnian thought for a moment and continued, "Watch the little eunuch Tong Guan from the sidelines for another 2 or 3 years. After that, send him to the House of Imperial Edict. You'll have to spend more effort on this child's literacy and martial arts foundation building. You can say that you'll be free to raise him, but you can't completely ignore him and leave him to fate." Sweet Potato smiled and said, "Don't worry, young master. Dong Shou will definitely surprise Dunhuang City in the future. There are a few secret manuals in the Sutra Depository that are suitable for him to practice. He's lucky." Su Fingnian nodded and said in a low voice, "I hope there's one more person in the world who works hard. The heavens won't let him down. Let's go." Su Fingnian turned around and waved his hand with his back facing Sweet Potato, who was dressed in embroidered robes and whose sleeves were as big as hibiscus. Chapter 543. Chapter 3, Around 3 a.m. Chapter 4. Try to get there before 6 in the morning. Although Dunhuang City was built on desolate yellow sand, because it was unique within a radius of 100 li, it was worthy of being called a city of living water. There were many merchants coming in and out of the city frequently. There were no less than 5,000 to 6,000 people coming and going every day. In addition, there was the holy land of Buddhism outside the city, Tsaiji Buddha Cave. On the 1st and 15th day of every month, believers would go out of the city to burn incense. It was a grand scene that filled the city. Today was the last 15th day of the late spring season. If it was in the past, the main road of the South Gate would be densely packed, but today there were surprisingly few people. There were only a few hundred devout pilgrims, and none of them had brought their families with them. On both sides of the street, there were peddlers who had woken up early to shout, selling scallion pancakes, snacks, and some coarse yellow incense paper. The Yuan family, which was second to none in Dunhuang City, was blind enough to run away from marriage and elope with him. The Yuan family, which was one of the wealthiest families in Dunhuang City, was magnanimous and did not pursue the matter. The beautiful woman, who was so stubborn, really did marry this out-of-the-way scholar. Her father, who was almost fuming with anger, was worried about his daughter. He was afraid that she would suffer hardships, so he secretly gave her a lot of dowry. Unexpectedly, this man was rather useless. He was talented, but he was not capable of making a name for himself. Moreover, he was neither high nor low. The big restaurant was turned into a wine shop, and in the end, it became a small wine shop. The woman was disheartened. Finally, the onlookers felt very satisfied and left him. She remarried to the Duanmu family, who was well matched in social status. The husband and wife were very happy. That young Master Duanmu, who had a beautiful woman in his arms, even came to the wine shop to drink. He did not bring any servants or maids with him. He was gentle and refined, showing the elegance of a scholar. It was said that he only said a few words of courtesy, saying that he had heard the wine shop man's poetry before and was very impressed by him. The woman was disheartened. Finally, the onlookers felt very satisfied and left him. She remarried to the Duanmu family, who was well matched in social status. The husband and wife were very happy. That young Master Duanmu, who was sitting on a beautiful woman, even came to the wine shop to drink. He did not bring any servants or maids with him. He was gentle and refined, showing the elegance of a scholar. It was said that he only said a few words of courtesy, saying that he had heard the wine shop man's poetry before and was very impressed. The woman was disheartened. Finally, the onlookers felt very satisfied and left him. She remarried to the Duanmu family, who was well matched in social status. Later on, the woman would occasionally burn incense and enter the city of Dunhuang, but she would always ride a splendid carriage with 4 golden horses. Busybodies had never seen her lift the curtain to look at her former lover, who was in dire straits. Presumably, she was really heartbroken. The man who came here to freeload the food stepped on a chair, finished a bowl of porridge, and then handed another bowl over. Everyone says that people who eat other people's mouths are soft, but this guy casually lectured him, "Su Pu, it's not that I want to criticize you, but if you sold incense here, you would have made a lot of money already. Hey, when the time comes, I'll go burn incense and pray to Buddha, and I'll get a lot of money. When Bodhisattva sees my sincerity, I guarantee that all my wishes will come true. When I'm rich, won't it be easier for me to support you?" The middle-aged man with a tranquil expression took the big white bowl and filled a bowl of porridge for this one of his few friends. He shook his head and said, 3 incense sticks are enough. To worship Buddha, Dharma, and Buddhist monks, the amount of incense doesn't matter. The sloppy man who took the white bowl glared at him and said, "You're so inflexible and reasonable. Your wife left because she was angry at you. Look at you, you have a silly woman who doesn't want rouge, face powder, and exotic delicacies, but is willing to suffer with you in the cold, in the sun, and in the cold, together with you. You don't know how to cherish her, and you don't know how to make progress. You deserve to be laughed at and poked at behind your back." The man took a stool and sat at the door. He looked at the slightly deserted street and frowned. The sturdy man behind him was still nagging, "If it weren't for the fact that my father received your prescription to save his life, he wouldn't be willing to suffer with you. You say, since you know some medical skills, it's good to be a half-baked doctor under the guise of practicing medicine to help the world. There's a shortage of doctors in Dunhuang, and a lot of people are willing to be cheated, as long as you don't treat people to death. Hey, I'm talking to you, Su Pu. In any case, you should at least say a few words." "Fine, I don't have anything to say to a taciturn person like you. Let's go, let's go. I'll take care of those wild ducks I hunted." Fairweather friends were particular about not exposing scars and not slapping faces. More icing on the cake, less providing charcoal in snowy weather. It could be seen that this person was either heartless or really treated the shabby wine shop owner as a friend. The middle-aged man suddenly asked, "Why are there so few people going out of the city to burn incense today?" "Let me tell you, the giant immortal palace is restless today. After the battle with the great demon Luo Yang, the old city lord has already passed away and ascended to immortality. This is a fact that even a 3-year-old child knows. Now it's obvious that there's a rebellion. I'm afraid only that little girl doesn't know about it. There's news that the 500 golden guards in the Mao family's hands outside the city are about to kill their way into the city and go straight to the purple gold palace to drag that little girl down from the dragon throne. I think there's an 80 to 90% chance that this matter will succeed. A little girl in her 20s is the city lord of Dunhuang. If word gets out, it's a disgrace." The man asked, "Aren't there 500 golden guards stationed outside the city?" The hunter was unwilling to answer this kind of childish question. He really couldn't hold back his words, so he said, "Do you think those Mao family, Duanmu Yuan, and the other clans are all blockheads? Even if you use your butt to think, you can know that these guys must have spent money to send women to the officials. Among those 500 riders, there must be a lot of guys who are not of the same mind as the palace. In addition, the 500 riders outside are going to kill their way into the city. Even a small commoner like me knows that I can't stop them. However, these are all tricks of the big shots. If they die, they die. Those who are born rich and have nothing to do with us. Just wait and see. Before long, there will definitely be golden guards rushing into the city. The middle-aged man sank into deep thought and prepared to close the shop. The hunter stepped out of the door with a gratified expression. Su-poo, this time you finally have some brains. You know to close the door and watch the fun. The man smiled and didn't say anything. Only after the hunter had walked far away did he whisper, "Join in the fun." He saw that not long after the hunter ran back with many pilgrims in a sorry state. Only then did he close the last door. The hunter ran until he was out of breath. He hurriedly said, "Why haven't you hidden yet? Quick, 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 come in. Let me hide for a while." His mother, "There's a young man whose head was kicked by a donkey. He's blocking the city gate. It seems like he wants to fight the 500 riders head-on. He's crazy." "How many?" the man asked. The hunter cursed, "That young man is courting death." "Just one." The man who had already taken a step forward thought for a moment and asked, "Is he going to use a saber or a sword?" Chapter 544. Chapter 4, around 6:00 in the morning. Mao Ro gritted her teeth in hatred when she saw how arrogant this young swordsman was. If it was in the past, she would have tied him up on the bed and pampered him. However, now that they were on the battlefield, she was only left with a bone-deep anger. She said the word "kill" several times in a row. The warhorse galloped forward like thunder. Su Fingyan did not stop rolling the dragon wall. Although he could not achieve a sword aura like Old Manly, he had comprehended the sleeve of Azure Dragon during the battle of life and death with Tuoba Chunsun on the grassland. His sword aura rolling the dragon wall became more and more genuine. His figure was like a fish swimming in the tide. When he met the first batch of cavalry charging, he used the spring and autumn movement to split a man and a horse in half. Then he ran horizontally, ignoring the iron spears. Relying on the surging true energy of the mirage, he had the idea of a protracted battle. He did not insist on killing people, but on seeing horses. Heavy cavalry were invincible in a battle on horseback, but dismounting to fight on foot would be a burden. The charging warhorse formation was like a line of tide. When Su Fingyan broke through the tide, more than a dozen riders were thrown off their horses. Under the second wave of iron spears, they only retreated slightly before charging again. His figure was free and unfettered with sword aura. It was like the calligraphy of a painting master. Mao Ro, who was sitting high up with a spear, was gnashing her teeth. It seemed that in just a few blinks of an eye, the Mao family had invested so much effort and enough gold and silver to form a small mountain. Almost 20 people had died. Once they fell off their horses, their heads would be cut off by the scholarly swordsman's sword aura, or their armor would be torn apart by his sword aura. They would die without a complete corpse. It was as if her muscles were being cut off. She really wanted to stomp on that handsome little bastard's crotch and ask, "Do you know that it's easy for this old lady to raise these armored cavalry as if they're my own sons? Is it easy?" Mao Ro quickly calmed down. Let alone killing one person with 500 cavalrymen, even if 300 cavalrymen went up against a first-stage Vajra realm martial artist, the latter would most likely be exhausted to death. However, there was an important prerequisite for this. After 100 or 200 people died, the formation wouldn't be messed up, and their courage wouldn't be shattered. They wouldn't be defeated and scattered. Mao Ro had a lot of confidence in this point. These 500 cavalrymen of the Jinwu Guards were equivalent to Mao's personal guards. She had trained them for 1,000 days and attached great importance to actual combat and reward and punishment. She often took them out to kill bandits and horse thieves. Against the former, light cavalry and light cavalry, the latter, heavy cavalry and light cavalry, mixed together to kill. Every time they returned from a successful mission, not to mention wine and meat, as long as they dared to fight with their lives on the line, Mao Ro had the courage to spend money to invite those courtesans from the brothels in Dunhuang to the barracks and reward them. Frustrated, Mao Ro let out a long breath and said viciously, "You little swordsman, after you die, I will stomp your body into meat paste with my iron hooves." Mao Ro shouted, "Don't give him a chance to breathe, use the horse to ram him to death. Whoever stabs him first, I will reward him with all the courtesans in the city and let him play with them for 3 days and 3 nights until all 3 of your legs go soft. Whoever stabs him to death first, I will personally go into battle and give that lucky bastard a blowjob." The eyes of the Jinwu Guards were bloodshot. Su Fengnian was expressionless. He controlled his sword with one hand to take the head and the other hand to kill the enemy at close range. Mao Ro looked at the soul-stirring one-sided slaughter on the battlefield and sneered, "Pull back 30 steps and throw your spears. Pick them up and come back later." The semicircular cavalry formation tangled with Su Fengnian immediately retreated. The second wave of cavalry threw out their spears in an instant. These spears were not as easy to deflect as arrows from 100 steps away. To be able to become a heavy cavalry, one's physical strength was not ordinary. Thus, every shot could be said to be powerful and heavy. Su Fengnian did not stop moving his sword and cut into the enemy's formation. He held 2 spears that brushed past his shoulders and spun them in his hands. The 2 spears were like mirror-like round shields, deflecting all the spears that came close to him. After a wave of throwing, Su Fengnian held his spear and threw it back with both hands. Immediately, 2 cavalry soldiers fell off their horses. Their armor was penetrating. Mao Ro was shocked. At this point, she was actually starting to feel numb. She ordered coldly, "Surround him." This vicious and merciless female general sneered in a low voice, "I don't believe you can do what the Wu family did 200 years ago. How can one person create a sword formation?" Mao Ro glanced at the 5 cavalry captains beside her and tilted her chin. The 5 cavalrymen began to quietly charge forward with their spears. 60 cavalrymen in a circle tried their best to avoid the terrifying flying sword. Then, they threw their spears at the same time from 30 steps away. Su Fengnian's hands formed a circle. Unexpectedly, the spears and spears rotated with it. His left hand brushed past, and 60 spears and spears shot out in the opposite direction. Although these heavy cavalrymen were slower than the light cavalrymen when they were stationary, they were not straw mats. Apart from a dozen or so large arrows that were too tricky and pierced the cavalrymen to death, the rest were only scratched or deflected. However, the innermost layer of the circle began to show signs of breaking. In an instant, 6 cavalry captains who had reached the top of the Golden Guards rushed out from the gap and threw their spears and spears at the same time. One of them had half his face cut off by the spring and autumn flying sword and fell off his horse. The second horse still fiercely rammed into the terrifying swordsman's chest. Unexpectedly, the swordsman only slid back a few steps and stopped his body. Fortunately, one of the cavalrymen rammed into him from the side and sent him flying. Another officer seized this rare opportunity and chopped down with his saber. Finally, there was blood. This group of Golden Guards who had been fighting until now almost had tears of joy in their eyes. The valiant officer who had chopped down the scholarly swordsman's shoulder felt his heart burn. Just as he was about to push all his energy into his saber and cut off the young swordsman's arm, he saw a pair of emotionless feminine eyes. In the next moment, his saber was knocked away and he was pulled off his horse. His neck was twisted with both hands. Su Fengnian threw down the bloody head and body. the corner of his mouth twitched. Mao Ro said in a deep voice, "Officer Tang Kong died in battle. The compensation is 50 taels of gold. His son is allowed to enter the Mao family's private school to study. After he turns 20, he will immediately enter the Golden Guards and take up the position of officer." The Mao family's promise. This was a golden signboard that was heavier than gold and silver. This was also the foundation that allowed the Mao family to maintain a high position of power in Dunhuang City. The morale of the army was once again raised. Su Fingnian held the spring and autumn sword and began to run in a straight line toward the Mao family woman who gave the order. The half-formed golden thread and the perfected morning dew finally came out of the sword pouch. Wherever they went, beads of blood bloomed from the necks of the cavalrymen on both sides. Mao Ro narrowed her eyes. This time, she did not retreat. Chapter 545. Chapter 4. Sweet Potato, who was standing outside the palace gate, had her clothes fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were wet and red, and her fingers were like hooks. She seemed to have turned into a demon. Even when her aunt died, she wasn't like this. A middle-aged man carrying a familiar book box appeared out of nowhere and shook his head at her. Sweet Potato's clothes gradually stopped moving. On the battlefield, everyone saw the man in red smile and then said, "Don't worry, I didn't kill all 500 Jinwu guards. I only killed 200 cavalry." After killing Mao Ro, the 300 cavalry ran away. Just by killing 200 cavalrymen. Inside the carriage, Mao Rui's old heart was about to burst. The 500 Jinwu guards outside the city were the blood, sweat, and tears of the Mao family for several generations. After Mao Ro took control of the army, she stood her ground against the objections of the masses and decided that the light cavalry should be heavy cavalry. The calculations, sacrifices, and price involved in this decision were not something that could be explained in a few words. "You, who had suffered 1,000 cuts, told this old man that you killed 200 cavalry." Mao Rui jumped out of the carriage and ran to hug his daughter's head in front of everyone. He didn't care about his face and sat on the ground and cried. Although Mao Ro was still a step away from the second-level master realm, everyone knew that it was 100 times harder for a woman to reach the second level than a man. However, as long as one stepped into the second-level threshold, the speed at which one climbed up the martial path was often shocking. Moreover, Mao Ro was the backbone of the Mao family for the next 30 years. Her death was no less painful than losing 200 cavalry, or even more painful. A family, if they wanted to continue their good fortune, they still had to rely on 1 or 2 children who could stand up and support the family. How could Mao Rui, who had to send off his children, not be heartbroken? During this time, there were a few strange and playful looks from people like Lu Wu who knew the dirty inside story of Dunhuang. Mao Rui was addicted to sex and didn't care about sex. He was mocked as a fish in a book about sex. Mao Ro was over 30 years old and still hadn't married. It seemed like the father and daughter were having an affair. However, after the teasing, Lu Wu and Tao Yong tacitly looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. The anger of an ordinary man wasn't worth mentioning. However, when this martial artist was close to the first level, no one could underestimate him. Why did the Beimang Jia family spare no effort to hire and support these people? Wasn't it because they wanted to intimidate the weak and subdue the enemy without fighting? For a lunatic like this who was willing to fight against 500 cavalrymen for a woman, Lu Wu believed that he would be willing to give away both his wife and concubines. As long as that blood-stained young man took a liking to them. Those woolly and uncultured people who were attracted by gold and silver were already scared out of their wits. They couldn't be compared to those clans who had formed a group and wandered the Jianghu alone. If they died, they would die in vain. No one would collect their bodies. Their weapons, banknotes, and secret manuals would all be plundered. This time they entered the city to fight for riches and honor under the premise that victory was in the bag, not to be a sacrificial lamb and throw away their lives. For a moment, the 70 to 80 people who were left after fighting with the Jinwu guards became restless, thinking of retreating. Some people who were friends with each other were on guard against unfamiliar faces. They began to whisper to each other, calculating the pros and cons. Lu Wu had the demeanor of a great general. He urged his horse to rush out and asked, "Who are you?" Su Fengnian only looked at the old man who was howling in grief and said flatly, "Your name is Mao Rui. I know you." The fierce bow-bearing General Tao Yong suddenly shouted, "Careful." At the same time, he knocked his bow and shot an arrow toward Mao Rui's head under everyone's watchful eyes. Some sharp-eyed bystanders thought that Tao Yong had lost his mind or wanted to hit someone while they were down. Little did they know that the arrow collided with something and produced a clanging sound. However, Mao Rui's head still swung back and one of his eyeballs exploded into a small ball of blood. Mao Rui let go of the woman's head and covered his eyes. His screams became more and more mournful. Tao Yong, whose eyes were red, gnashed his teeth and reminded in a deep voice, "This child can control 2 swords." Su Fengnian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He extended a finger and twirled it. 2 swords flew around his finger like butterflies. He asked, "I'll stab him again. If you can't stop me this time, it'll be your turn next time." Tao Yong said nothing and neatly put away his iron bow. Su Fengnian easily drove his sword through Mao Rui's palm and pierced his other eyeball. He smiled and said, "Is my woman beautiful? It's a pity you won't be able to see it." He was clearly smiling, but looking at his blood-soaked red clothes and that distorted handsome face, it really made people tremble in fear. Su Fengnian was not in a hurry to kill Mao Rui. He returned his spring thunder to its scabbard and asked, "Who dares to fight with me? Even if it's a group fight, I'll fight all of you alone." This was not a joke that could make people laugh. This young man, who was originally regarded as a subordinate of the palace, was covered in blood and exuded a monstrous evil aura. There was also that almost invincible sword chi and blade intent. At this moment, countless ambitious and ruthless people of the older generation sighed with emotion. This was how a child should be. Chapter 546. At that time, outside the city, the young scholar, who could obviously control a sword, actually pulled out his saber. After killing people like they were nothing, he stabbed the saber into the mouth of Mao Rou, who was lying on the ground. He twisted the blade and twisted it, not forgetting to say to the corpse, "Who asked you to brag?" Most of the Golden Knights who still had fighting strength completely collapsed and began to flee. Su Fengnian did not chase after these stragglers. He cut off Mao Rou's head and staggered back with it. He saw a clean and elegant man standing at the city gate. Su Fengnian remained silent and was about to unsheath his spring and autumn annals. The man blocked the sword and said calmly, "I am Su Pu, an old soldier of Bailiang. Before coming to Dunhuang, I was a kamikaze soldier of my friend Li Shan." The red-eyed Su Fengnian was slightly startled. He asked, "Su Pu, the governor of Bailiang's 12 light cavalry battalions?" The man knelt on one knee and said softly with a hoarse voice, "I am Su Pu. Greetings to His Royal Highness." In Bailiang Palace, not to mention Su Zhao's kamikaze soldiers who could not see the light of day, the old man wearing a sheepskin coat who suppressed Sir Tide Listener and the 9th blade Old Huang who hid his strength, the next person was Su Pu, whom he had never met before. His identity was very special. He had once been a third-rank official and had a similar position in the army as Wu Qi, who had taught Chen Jibao the war immortal. The two men's reputations among Bailiang's 300,000 cavalrymen could be said to be on par. However, Su Pu's image was more of a scholarly general. As for why he later gave up his position and became a kamikaze soldier, it was destined to be a secret that no one knew. Su Pu's eyes were sincere and warm. He helped carry the box that had once contained the Spring Thunder saber and smiled. "Your Highness can rest assured and adjust your breath. Although I am not as heroic as your Highness, I still have some skills left." No one will be able to disturb me as we head north. The spring thunder saber had already killed nearly 200 cavalrymen after no less than 60 swings. It was trembling in its master's hands. It was clearly at its limit. Su Fengnian covered his chest and calmed himself down. He asked with a frown, "Will Uncle Su's identity be exposed?" Su Pu shook his head. "It doesn't matter." According to Li Shan's plan, Dunhuang City was to be turned upside down. I had to show my face. Even if your highness didn't make a move. Su Fengnian slowly entered the city. When he heard this, he sneered, "At that time, Uncle Su will collect Sweet Potato's corpse. Shed tears of sympathy." Su Pu's expression remained unchanged as she nodded. Sensing his murderous intent, Su Pu was vaguely displeased. She didn't even try to hide it. She said bluntly, "Does your highness care so much about these matters of the heart?" Su Pu did not speak. After a long silence, they could see the eaves of the roof of the giant immortal palace. Su Fengnian seemed to be talking to himself. "If I cannot protect a woman today, even if I become king of Bailiang in the future and take over 300,000 cavalrymen, what do you think I can protect?" Su Pu laughed. 20 years. The anger that had accumulated in his heart for 20 years was swept away. He laughed until tears came out. Su Fengnian turned to look in puzzlement. Su Pu put away his expression and finally showed respect from the bottom of his heart. He said with a smile, "In the past, Li Shan and Zhao Chongling had a dispute. Li Shan said you could be king of Bailiang. Zhao Chongling did not agree and said Chen Jibao was enough. There is no harm in having a different surname to hold the banner." Su Fengnian's lips jerked. It was difficult for him to squeeze out a smile. If not for the fact that he did not dare to waste the 2 Diana golden pill he had taken into his stomach and kept most of its essence in his Shuquan point, it was hard to say if he would have died in this battle. He asked curiously, "Then what does Uncle Su think?" Su Pu narrowed his eyes and looked into the city. He said softly, "In Su Pu's view, if your highness chose to stand at the city gates, the chances of victory were 50-50. But after entering the city, Li Shan won against Zhao Chongling." Su Pu suddenly said, "Li Shan said that Wu Qi would not rely on your highness because of family ties. Did your highness see him when he rushed to Beimang?" Su Fengnian's expression was dark. "Maybe I did not see him, but he saw me." At this time, the scene was so silent one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to accept the challenge. At some unknown time, the Mao family and many other factions that had tried to attack Giant Immortal Palace were surrounded by other factions and had their paths of retreat blocked. Other than the Imperial Mending platform that was still calm, the Yuan family, the Duanmu family and others stopped watching. They moved out in full force. The mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. What marriage, what many years of friendship, what was cold without the lips, what was more practical than eliminating the power that these traitors would bring? Su Fengnian looked at the boorish men of the Jianghu and sneered. "You want silver? How much the Mao family gives you, Giant Immortal Palace will give you double. How about it?" Su Pu smiled as he put down the bookcase and started to kill people. As the governor of the 60,000 light cavalry of the Bailiang army, when had he not killed people with his own hands? Su Fengnian walked forward with his sword and blade. The situation was decided and no one dared to stop him. He walked in front of the embroidered-robed woman and raised his hand as though he was about to hit her. She had tears in her eyes and did not dodge at all. Sweet Potato hugged the red-robed man tightly. He bit his lip so hard that the blood stained his lips. Su Fengnian only reached out and pinched her cheek. He glared at her and said, "You're about to die. Do you really think I can forget you? As a servant girl, can't you let your young master have some peace of mind? Let's take a step back and say, as a woman, can't you let your man shelter you from the wind and rain? Chapter 547. Chapter 2, around 12:00 in the evening. This time I got heatstroke and took a good rest. In the last few days there have been a lot of new Zhuangyuan. I will try to thank them one by the end of the month. P.S. I hope there will be more suggestions and criticism in the book reviews section and Tiaba. I will read them all. If there is something, I will correct it. If there is nothing, I will encourage it. PS2, I feel like in the blink of an eye, the second volume is about to reach 100 chapters. Under Sweet Potato's instruction, they followed the military book's policy of besieging the city, deliberately leaving a way out. It was obvious that Tao Yong was willing to abandon the foundation of Dunhuang. He took the lead in abandoning the Mao family, which had lost its backbone, and escaped with his trusted subordinates. The old general of Jinxi province, Lu Wu, had no choice. His whole family and his life were hanging in the city. Before he died bravely in battle, he loudly begged Sweet Potato not to cut the weeds and pull out the roots, so that his Lu family could survive. Sweet Potato ignored him. Lu Wu died with his eyes open. The Mao family's retainers were all killed in battle. It was clear that Mao Rui, father and daughter, did not have moral integrity, but in terms of raising their soldiers, they indeed had a unique ability. Su Pu slaughtered the Jin Wu guards outside the palace. The remaining surviving cavalrymen were scared out of their wits. They threw away their weapons and prostrated themselves on the ground. Su Pu casually picked up an iron spear and returned confidently. He saw Sweet Potato, as well as Su Fengnian, who was sitting on a bookcase to regulate his breathing and recuperate. Sweet Potato wanted to say something but hesitated. Su Fengnian laughed and said, "Dunhuang is your city, you know best the pros and cons, don't worry about me, just do what you need to do. This Uncle Su is my Shifu's best friend, you can trust him. Greetings, Governor." Sweet Potato curled her skirt and gently performed a Wan Fu gesture. First private, then official. With a stern countenance she said, "I will have to trouble Uncle Su to lead 50 cavalrymen to pursue and annihilate Tao Yong, leaving him alone to return to Orange Province. This can be considered Dunhuang City giving Murong Baoding some face. Uncle Su will lead the troops to the Imperial Mending Platform. You don't have to do anything." Su Pu accepted the order and left. A few old eunuchs and female officials from the Palace of Purple Gold who were lucky enough to survive also followed behind this strange middle-aged man. With a few words, Su Pu roped in 50 to 60 golden knights who wanted to atone for their crimes and charged toward the Imperial Mending Platform that was either wavering or biding its time. Su Fengnian had been sitting on his book box the whole time to heal himself. Although he looked like he was covered in blood, he was actually only lightly injured and his external injuries were not serious. However, his meridians were severely damaged. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was able to fight against 500 cavalry alone. Although the Mao family iron cavalry lacked experts to oversee them, they still had to rely on Su Fengnian's iron fist and the promise of generous rewards to hide in the thickest part of the cavalry formation. She ordered the cavalry to launch continuous attacks, throwing spears and crossbows. Later on, she even used the method of charging dozens of cavalry at the same time. Among them, some of the cavalry captains who were slightly more powerful took advantage of the opportunity to ambush Su Fengnian. It could be said that if both sides were playing chess on the chessboard mountain, they only cared about the lives of the chess pieces and did not care about the hearts of the people. Even if Su Fengnian risked his life to kill 100 cavalry, he would still be doomed to die outside the city gate. However, when Spring and Autumn used the Sword Chi rolling wall and the Green Dragon sleeve to open the way and used the Spring Thunder Saber to stab Mao Ro to death, it was as if he had beheaded a general in an army. The Iron Cavalry's morale fell to the bottom and they could no longer gather their momentum. It was reasonable for the army to be defeated like a landslide. Even if Su Fengnian had 50 to 60% of his Great Yellow Hall realm and the initial stage of Vajra realm, he would still need to recuperate for 20 years to recover. This bloody battle was no less thrilling than the death battle with Tuoba Chun-sun and the other two experts on the grassland. In the marketplace, it was like a strong young man fighting three men of the same age. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was very exciting. The latter was like risking his life against hundreds of children, being entangled endlessly, bitten several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times. It was equally hair-raising. Su Fingnian calmly looked at those Jianghu people, who, after the dust had settled, looked somewhat nervous. He then looked at the sturdy old man, who had fallen to the ground dead. This Dunhuang City's Liu family had originally wanted to put on a tiger that would not fall down. Before he died, he would crush his iron spear into the ground and hold it with both hands until he died. However, very quickly he was hacked down by some people's sabers and trampled over. Some astute Jianghu people fought as they walked. They approached the corpse, pretended to roll on the ground, got close to the old man's body, and with a touch, stole the jade pendant on his waist. Several people who were slow to act followed suit, rolling back and forth on Lu Wu's corpse. They did not even let go of the jade-inlaid buckle, which was taken away. There was only one ox leather boot left on his feet. It was said that the dead were the most important, but in Jianghu, who cared about being the most important? At this time, other than the two fragrant maids curled up in the corner of the carriage, the rest of the Mao family were already dead. A sharp-eyed Wulane man wanted to go to the carriage to have a good time. Even if he did not take off his pants and did not work, it would be good to have a good time. In the end, Su Pu, who was riding on top of him, happened to stab him in the back with a spear. With a twist of the spearhead, his body was torn in half. No one dared to mess around in the chaos. Su Fingnian had already put the Spring Thunder saber back into the box. A blood-stained scarlet spring and autumn sword lay across his knees. He said to Sweet Potato, who was standing beside him, "How do we appease the many forces that have surrendered?" Sweet Potato thought for a moment and said, "These aftermath matters should be handed over to Governor Su Pu. I should have died outside the palace gate. It is not good to draw legs on a snake." She smiled. "Since the young master is here, of course it is up to you to make the decision." Su Fingnian furrowed his brows. "I will only watch. I won't talk or do anything. But first you have to arrange a passable identity for me." "Right, even you know Su Pu. Will anyone recognize him as the former governor of the 12th Light Cavalry Battalion of the Bailiang Army?" Chapter 548. Sweet Potato shook her head and said, "No, this servant knows Su Pu because Imperial Tutor Li Yishan mentioned the governor when he was teaching the brocade pouch at Tide Listening Pavilion. Moreover, the transmission of information between Liang and Mang was too expensive. It was all exchanged with human lives. Secret agents and spies had to be carefully selected. It was impossible for them to take care of everything, no matter how big or small. It was also impossible for them to have the ability to investigate an old general of northern Liang who had not shown his face for 20 years. Our Bailiang can be said to be the place that pays the most attention to infiltration and counter-infiltration of the two dynasties. From what this servant knows, Bailiang has a secret organization. Other than targeting Great Peace City and the vassals, it spares no effort on the Baimang imperial tent and the capital of the southern dynasties. All of this is handled by Master's master. It is watertight." Su Fingnian said self-deprecatingly, "Benevolent people do not join the army, benevolent people do not command soldiers. I think that while Su Pu's impression of me has changed, it is probably not much better." Sweet Potato said sadly, "It is all this servant's fault." Su Fingnian said with a smile, "You are really wrong this time. If not for you, I insisted on being a hero and returning to the city, Su Pu may not have knelt and called me His Royal Highness. At most, he would have called me uncle and nephew. You do not know, these famous generals from the spring and autumn period are all arrogant and untamed. They value military merit far more than relationships. Su Pu is a rare exception. Like that strategist Xiao Chongling, who is called the right hand of my master, they all say that 3 years old can tell one's age. But before I was born, Su Xiao did not have an heir. He predicted that the Bailiang army would only be safe in the hands of Qin Jibao. He died 20 miles outside the West Shu imperial city, lying on his sickbed. He did not talk about how to avenge his family, but pulled Su Xiao's hand and said that he had to remove the word righteous from Qin Jibao's identity as his adopted son so that he could die in peace. Sweet Potato did not dare to ask further. Su Fengnian stood up and put the spring and autumn back into its sheath on his back. He spat out a mouthful of scarlet and golden qi and said with a smile, "It's a blessing in disguise." I absorbed 2 Diana golden elixirs outside the city and opened another aperture. Also, do you know that this newly forged sword can become a flying sword by itself if it drinks more than 1,000 blood? Sweet Potato blinked and said, "Then can I borrow your servant to kill another 700 to 800 people?" Su Fengnian reached out and flicked her forehead. He laughed angrily and said, "Do you think that this sword, which has the potential to be one of the top 3 swords in the world, is an idiot? You have to be of the same mind. When it comes to raising a sword, you can't be careless, and there's no shortcut." Su Fengnian looked at the river of blood outside the palace and sighed. He silently scolded himself for being soft-hearted, hypocritical, and pretending to be obedient after receiving benefits. She picked up her suitcase and walked into the palace. Sweet Potato naturally had to stay behind to clean up the mess. She looked at his back and remembered that day in the palace. She was wearing a dragon robe and sitting on the dragon chair. That moment of joy was worth a lifetime. Only now did she know that choosing to spend the rest of her life in a lonely city like her aunt and turning white for a man was not such a terrible thing. Su Fengnian suddenly turned around and smiled. Sweet Potato was absent-minded for a moment. She did not know which lucky woman he would fall in love with in this life. Jiang and I. From the bottom of her heart, Sweet Potato did not like this subjugated princess who lived only for revenge. She felt that only a more generous woman was worthy of the young master's love. Of course, this was only what Sweet Potato thought. As for the young master's choice, she would support it. Su Fengnian was no longer His Royal Highness who could not distinguish between the 5 grains and the 4 limbs. He bathed alone in Qingqiu Zhai and changed his clothes. After changing into a clean set of clothes, he felt refreshed. The situation in Dunhuang had been settled. The palace maids and eunuchs in each palace continued to behave themselves step by step. To them, the turbulent situation outside the palace was nothing more than the rise and fall of a new emperor. It was just the rise and fall of a new emperor. Their official hat became bigger or even their heads were taken off. It would not disturb the lives of small fish and shrimps like them. However, to be honest, they still liked the current palace lord as the master of Dunhuang. Although the rewards and punishments were clear, compared to the previous palace lord who had been as cold as an iceberg for decades, it was more humane. Su Fengnian sat on a stone bench in the courtyard. There were spring and autumn and spring thunder on the table. Just by listening to their names, they seemed to be a pair of siblings. Su Fengnian did not wait for the expected Sweet Potato. Instead, he was unexpectedly visited alone by Su Pu. Su Pu also did not need to kneel to make her position clear. When she saw Su Fengnian waving his hand to signal her, she calmly sat down and said, "According to Li Shan's arrangement, the visiting forces will be treated differently. The deep-rooted local parties in the city will be eradicated. None will be left alive. For those who have infiltrated Dunhuang from outside the city in the past 10 years, such as the 2 trusted aides of Juzi Province and Jinshi Province, after the old forces have been emptied and leveled, they will continue to arrange for people to fill in. Moreover, New Dunhuang City will take the initiative to express goodwill. Not only will it give them a way out, it will also set up a ladder to let them annex some of the Mao and Lu families' territories. In this way, they will have a fat bait to slowly nibble away at. It is guaranteed that they will live in peace for 5 years. Su Fingnian nodded and curiously asked, "What is the attitude of the Imperial Mending Platform?" When she was not killing people, Su Pu, who was exceptionally refined like a down-and-out scholar, laughed softly and said, "Not declaring their position is the best attitude. New Dunhuang City is happy to share a cup of the soup with them." Su Fingnian asked, "Which forces are actually Bailiang's secret chess pieces?" Without the slightest hesitation Su Pu said, "The Yuan and Duanmu families were single-handedly supported by Li Shan. However, I am afraid that even within these two families, only 4 or 5 people know the truth. The rest of the forces are all acting because of the matter, because of the benefits, they are not worth mentioning." With a wry smile Su Fingnian said, "By making such a scene, won't I create unnecessary problems for Shifu?" Su Pu smiled sincerely and said, "Li Shan himself often says that it is because of the will of the people that he made the chess pieces outside the chessboard. From this, one can see the true strength of a national chess player. His Royal Highness need not worry. This general believes that Li Shan will be happy to see this happen. To be able to make a chess game even more lively, it can be seen that His Highness has truly entered the game and exerted his strength. This is a good thing." Su Fingnian said with interest, "Uncle Su is also proficient in chess." Su Pu hurriedly waved her hand and said, "After interacting with Li Shan for so long, he only knows how to talk about grand principles. If we were to really play a game, he would be an unbearably vulgar and terrible chess player. He would never be able to win against His Highness. Your Highness, please don't force me." Su Fingnian laughed and said, "I think he is still a bit better than Su Xiao." One respectfully addressed His Royal Highness, while the other warmly addressed him as Uncle Su. Was it because they were incongruous? Suddenly, the bitter rain of late spring poured down. Su Fingnian and Su Pu walked into the temple together. Su Fingnian said, "When the devil Luo Yang enters the city, that will be the real calamity for Dunhuang City." Su Pu nodded his head. Even this light cavalry governor was a little worried. Su Fingnian said in self-mockery, "Don't jinx it." Inside and outside the city, the rain was pouring down. A man in white clothes went past the Kaji Buddha cave and slowly walked toward the city of Dunhuang. The heavy rain during the day was like a black curtain. The man's white clothes were particularly conspicuous. The raindrops evaporated about 1 zhang away from his head. Some of the fleeing Mao family's Jin Wu cavalry saw this handsome bodhisattva on the road. Their hearts were filled with evil intentions, but they didn't even have time to make a sound before they were chopped into 8 pieces in the heavy rain. Chapter 549. There were several plump banana trees planted in the courtyard. The sound of the raindrops hitting the banana leaves was crisp and clear. Su Fingnian and Su Pu, who had met in a foreign land, took 2 stools and sat at the door. Su Fingnian suddenly smiled and saw Su Pu's puzzled gaze. He blushed with shame and said, "Uncle Su should also know that I used to spend money to buy poems. I remember once I spent around 200 to 300 taels of silver to buy a 7-word quatrain. There was a line in it, 'The rain beats the banana leaves, the voice is bitter.' At that time, I felt that it was quite interesting and took it to second sister to present it as a treasure. Unexpectedly, I was scolded badly and said that it was a groundless moan. I came up with an idea on the spur of the moment and changed it to, 'The rain beats the banana leaves, the voice is heavy.' Second sister was still not satisfied with it. I was angry and broke the pot, saying that, 'The rain beats the banana leaves, the voice is bitter.' I asked her how the poem was. I didn't expect that after second sister beat me up, she would open her mouth and say that it was not bad." Su Pu did not understand the essence of the 3 layers of the word pa at first, so she was somewhat puzzled. After a while, she smiled and squinted at the gloomy curtain of rain. She softly said, "It's not bad." Su Fingnian was about to speak when Sweet Potato walked into the courtyard with a satin-embroidered umbrella. She closed the umbrella and stood upside down at the door. Su Fingnian remembered his mother's teachings when he was young. The umbrella should not be placed upside down, so he turned the small umbrella upside down. Sweet Potato smiled and said in a gentle voice, "It's more or less settled. Although it can't be said that everyone is happy, the general direction has been settled. The minor details will be left to them to discuss in private when they return to the mansion. In any case, there are only a few pieces of meat on the chopping board. After all, it's just a matter of whose bowl it will land in. This servant guesses that it will be necessary to rely on the marriage of women of suitable age in the family. Only when everyone becomes in-laws will they be relieved. These 2 days, there will be a few white matters and a few red matters. Everyone will be busy." Su Pu dismissed it with a smile. Su Fingnian looked at the sky and asked, "Do you want to go out for a walk?" Su Pu smiled and said, "That's a good idea. If you're tired, you can rest at this general's place. There's also a few bottles of green ant wine that you can't bear to drink. Warm it up and down. It'll drive away the cold." Sweet Potato looked worried. Su Fingnian smiled helplessly and said, "Do you really think I'm a clay bodhisattva or a paper tiger, so delicate that I can't bear to see rain?" Hearing this, Sweet Potato no longer insisted on his opinion. The 3 of them walked out of Qingqiu Zhai with their umbrellas swaying in the wind, and out of the giant immortal palace that had returned to its former tranquility. Su Pu's wine shop was on the main road of the main city, so they could walk straight there. The heavy rain washed away the blood and conspiracies. However, the city was much stricter than usual. There were already several cases where the remnants of the rebellion, escorted by their loyal servants, disguised themselves and tried to escape the city. However, the Jinmu guards and Jianghu people who were temporarily stationed at the 3 city gates saw through their identities and killed them on the spot. As for whether there were any fish that escaped the net, only heaven knows. Perhaps only those who had endured hardships for years would know. This was another story similar to the joys and sorrows of this old man Sun Zhao and the Crown Prince of Western Shu. Moreover, this thick blood debt would most likely be forced onto Su Fingnian's head in the future. At this time, the 3 of them were walking on the dim street with few people. Su Fingnian turned into a spacious alley and finally heard some noise. Su Fingnian stood in front of a scallion pancake stall with a large oil umbrella. This time-honored stall had been selling scallion pancakes in Dunhuang for decades, so it was not afraid of the dark alleys. Even at this time, there were still gluttonous diners coming to buy scallion pancakes and wolfing them down or bringing them to their families. Su Fingnian and the others stood at the end of the line. During this time, there were also some commoners who came. Some of them knew Su Pu, who had been selling wine for some years. They knew that he had once married a beautiful daughter-in-law of a noble surname and then ran off to live with the eldest son of the Duanmu family. They all smiled and quietly pointed at this middle-aged man. Among them, a fat and wealthy merchant asked Su Pu, who had excellent calligraphy skills, for a spring festival couplet. Remembering their old friendship, he was somewhat dissatisfied. He stopped those familiar diners from making fun of him and cut the line to greet Su Pu. Su Pu turned around and smiled. "Boss Chiao, did you buy scallion pancakes for your precious daughter again? Be careful that you don't grow too fat and won't be able to get married in the future." The fat merchant laughed and said, "My daughter didn't grow fat from eating. She looks like me. It doesn't matter if she won't be able to get married. It's fine as long as she marries into the family. Old Chiao, I wake up early in the morning and grope around in the dark to earn money. What am I trying to do? Isn't it because I want my children's lives to be a bit more relaxed? That's right, Brother Su, I've purchased a new house in the eastern part of the city. When I get back, I'll need a few couplets from you. Can you help me write some bolder couplets?" Su Pu nodded and said, "That's not a problem. Remember to come and drink often. Without Big Boss Chow's support, the wine shop won't be able to continue." The Chiao family member patted Su Pu's shoulder and said straightforwardly, "That's not a problem. It just so happens that we're having a housewarming celebration. Originally, I wanted to go over to your place to discuss it. I'll buy all the wine from your shop. Is it good? But let's make it clear, you have to give me, old Chiao, an affordable price." Su Pu nodded and said with a smile, "Boss Chiao is an expert. If I dare to sell it at a high price, I won't be able to do business in Dunhuang City in the future." Chapter 550. Sweet Potato stood with an umbrella in hand. He turned his head to look at the middle-aged man and old man chatting politely with some interest. Su Fingnian turned around and saw that the merchant had probably noticed that he was dressed in bright clothes and had brought along a beautiful maidservant. The merchant had a bashful attitude as if he wanted to get close to Su Fingnian but did not dare to act rashly. Su Fingnian took the initiative to smile and said, "Is this Boss Chiao? I am Uncle Su's distant nephew. I just came to Dunhuang to do some porcelain business. Uncle Su often says that Boss Chiao has been taking care of the shop all these years. Later on, when we move in, I have some porcelain bowls and plates on hand. They can be considered presentable. When we visit, I will send over a dozen sets to Boss Chiao." Boss Chiao's face was filled with surprise. "Really?" Su Fingnian smiled warmly. "If I were to fool Boss Chiao, I would be scolded to death by Uncle Su. I am serious." Boss Chiao's family was well off. It was not that he really cared about the dozen sets of porcelain bowls and plates. It was just that he saw the astonishing aura of this master and maidservant pair. If one wanted to make money in business, one had to first rely on capital and then rely on one's connections. Especially the latter. Those who had done business before knew that many times in this world where people looked down on others, if the bodhisattvas in the temples felt that your status was low and were ashamed to be associated with you, then no matter how much gold and silver you had, it would be useless. You would not even be able to enter the temple with a pig's head. Meeting an influential person who was easy to talk to was even more unprecedented than meeting a young courtesan in a brothel. The reason why Boss Chiao got close to Su Pu, this kind of poor scholar, was because he had some small calculations in his heart. He was born a merchant and had a natural sense of inferiority towards those scholars who had knowledge in their stomachs. It was not easy for him to meet someone who was poor, so he always felt a little complacent. He wanted to show off his family's rich and dignified style by inviting Su Pu to write spring couplets and drink in his mansion. When did he not have the small idea of making Su Pu feel inferior when he saw the mansion? After Sweet Potato bought 3 scallion pancakes wrapped in oil paper, Su Fingnian and Su Pu bid farewell to Boss Chiao and left. At that time, the fat man did not dare to look at Sweet Potato. Now that he had the time, he stared at her graceful figure with all his might. He swallowed hard, wondering how Su Pu could have such extravagant relatives. Walking on the bluestone pavement in the spring rain, Sweet Potato smiled and said, "Governor, it won't be long before the Yuan family will regret." Su Pu shook her head with a bitter smile. Su Fingnian asked, "What happened?" Sweet Potato glanced at Su Pu, who smiled and said, "Just say it." Sweet Potato then slowly said, "Once, there was a woman from the Yuan family with exceptional insight who took a fancy to you. She did not hesitate to elope and break off relations with her family. She married you and became the proprietress of a wine vendor. Later, for some reason, she returned to her family." Su Pu said calmly, "She remarried to the eldest son of the Duanmu family. Don't blame her. How many women would be willing to grow old with a man who does not make progress? To be honest, when she was willing to accompany a poor scholar like me for daily necessities, I already had a whole new level of respect for her. All these years, I've always felt guilty, feeling that I owed her too much. How many young men and women who are not of equal status can truly grow old together? Even if there are, most of them are just stories in novels about gifted scholars and beautiful women. Besides, the men in the novels have to be top scorers in high school. Only then can they hold their heads high. For someone like Su Pu, who squandered a dowry of 100 taels of gold, according to common sense, there is no way she can be a man in the novels. Su Fingnian smiled gently and said, "These women seem to be able to sing and weep, but in the end, they have misjudged the men and misidentified themselves. When they were rich and leisurely, they were ignorant of worldly affairs. On one hand, their family was well off, so they could look down on those beautiful clothes, beautiful horses, rouge, and sandalwood beds. However, when they really suffered with men, they gradually understood the power of the yellow and white vulgar things. Not to mention other things, when chatting with close friends in the boudoir, they would always hear them talking about exotic delicacies, how the newest clothes were not enough to wear, how the pearls, jade, and gold hairpins were old-fashioned. Perhaps the women who fell from the branch to become sparrows did not really seek such enjoyment, but they always felt uncomfortable in their hearts. As time passed, they were subtly influenced. When they looked at the good-for-nothing man beside them, they knew that his literary talent could not turn into a wife who relied on her husband's status as a wife, and even implicated her children to suffer in the future. Naturally, their thoughts changed. Uncle Sue, if my guess is correct, at first when she went to see her old friends, she would talk about it with you, and would even joke about it. After a few years, she became more and more taciturn, and then she would throw some inexplicable tantrums with you. In the end, she simply did not talk to you about these things, right? Su Pu was stunned. Obviously she was hit by this young man's words. Uncle Sue, it is reasonable for you to feel guilty, no one would dare to say anything bad about you. But if you feel too guilty, you will sink into it, and you will be somewhat petty. Taking 10,000 steps back, that woman has married into a good family. Compared to feeling remorse and feeling sorry for herself, it is much more satisfactory. If you really want to blame someone, blame my Shifu. If he gave you the position of Dunhuang's general, you would not have so many troubles. Su Pu was stunned for a long time, she did not say anything. Sweet Potato sighed softly. If that woman heard what young master said, she would be too ashamed to show her face. Su Fingnian laughed self-deprecatingly. I have always been this kind of vulgar man who spoils the scenery. She probably would not be willing to dirty her ears, so she would not listen to even half a sentence. The middle-aged scholarly general from the spring and autumn period sighed, Your Highness' seemingly heartless words have helped Su Pu untie too much of the knot in my heart. Su Pu immediately laughed. Later on, drink a few jars of green ant wine and give Li Yishan a good scolding. The three of them went to the small wine shop at the entrance of the city gate. At this time, the man in white entered the city. There were dozens of corpses outside the city gate. They met on a narrow path. Su Pu looked at the man in white from afar and sucked in a breath of cold air, saying in a deep voice, Demon Luo Yang. Chapter 551. A 9,000-word chapter. On the day of the palace coup, it could be said that there were some families who were happy and some who were sad. The Mao and Lu families were annihilated in an instant. In the northeast part of the city, influential officials gathered together. Many families, who could shake the entire city with a stomp of their feet, could be considered neighbors. Perhaps through a wall, they could see the scene of the confiscation of property next door. The Mao family's mansion was sandwiched between the Yuan and Duanmu families. The young men of the latter two families were watching the excitement from the top of their respective tall buildings. Some of them could not hide their schadenfreude. They could vaguely see that in the majestic heavy rain, several white-faced, beardless old eunuchs led a vast number of Jinwu guards into the Mao family's mansion. The adult men, regardless of whether they resisted or surrendered, were all hacked to death. Some men with martial arts skills wanted to jump over the wall to escape, but they had already been easily intercepted and killed by the Wuling grassland squatting at the base of the wall. Occasionally, there were a few people who relied on their thick skin and high martial arts skills to jump over the high wall. As soon as they landed, they were stabbed by the two families' elite retainers who were waiting for them. They were nailed to death to the ground or to the wall, or they were shot into hedgehogs by the rows of crossbows. Several of the Mao family's young men, who were regarded as thorns in the eyes of the two families' young men, were also quite unyielding. They led their men of sacrifice and vowed to fight to the death. Even some of the young women, who usually did not reveal themselves, also took out their swords. However, they were unable to withstand the tide-like offensive and were all strangled on the spot. The Mao family, who had 500 armored cavalry, was originally one of the best in Dunhuang City. Even the odd-job workers and servants did not look at the ground when they walked. Each and every one of them had their eyes above the top of their heads. At this time, most of them died miserably. How could this not make the two families' men, who were watching the excitement with cold eyes, feel relieved? Some of the men, who only dared to secretly covet the Mao family's women and covet the Mao family's daughter-in-law, felt a bit of pity. These beautiful women, who usually put on airs, would be a wonderful thing if they were sent to serve as prostitutes in the army. They did not mind spending hundreds of taels of silver in one night. The large clans of Dunhuang City were influenced by the nobles of the Central Plains, and many of them had private libraries. Perhaps because the Yuan clan had a literary background, they paid special attention to the family's private libraries. The old scholars and teachers were all famous scholars in the Tangerine and Jinxi prefectures. In the northern Mang, picking a martial artist with some skills was as easy as picking a cabbage. However, picking a scholar with real talent was like looking for a three-legged toad. The Yuan clan's expenditure in this area far exceeded that of their peers. This was attributed to the fact that the Yuan clan's leader was a scholar who had read a lot. The private library, Wenhui Building, had a collection of 80,000 books. Most of them were plundered by scholars who had rushed to the north. Yuan Liang had always been immensely proud of this, and he especially looked for a seal master to carve a piece of yellow stone. He called himself the 80,000 old man. Today, Yuan Liang personally led nearly 100 soldiers and generals to the outside of the giant immortal palace. When he returned, he rewarded them according to their merits. At the same time, he ordered the steward to lead a group of trusted men of sacrifice through a secret passage that connected the three families. He first picked up a few women who had married into the Mao family, so that they would not be implicated. Then, he sealed the passage and destroyed it. The reason why he saved them in the chaos was not because Yuan Liang was merciful. It was because he wanted to take over the Mao family's property in the future. He had to rely on these astute women who were familiar with the Mao family. In fact, he did not have good intentions in the beginning of the marriage. Of course, it was the same for those women who had married into the Mao family. In the past, Yuan Liang treated these fierce women, his daughters-in-law, and even his granddaughters-in-law with respect. He would often reprimand his family's descendants in front of them. But after today, he wanted to see if they would still dare to order their husband around, and if they would still dare to forbid him from taking concubines. At this moment, perhaps she was already kneeling on the ground, sobbing and begging for mercy. Yuan Liang sat on a small couch near the window on the top floor of the Wenhui building, leisurely sipping tea, smiling as he looked at the upheaval in the Mao family mansion. He was in an extremely good mood. Different from Mao Rou, who has a perfume fetish, he likes to drink tea. On the small couch, there was a large tea table with a tea set, tea grinder, and a soup bottle on it. After Yuan Liang caught a glimpse, he narrowed his eyes, but immediately put on a warm smile that made people feel good about him. He got off the couch and put on his shoes to welcome him, calling Brother Chongyang. The latter waved his hand and casually sat down on the couch, taking a tea towel to wipe his cheeks. Yuan Liang laughed happily and said, "Duanmu Chongyang, you scoundrel, the elegance in the room has been washed away by your vulgarity, how unlucky." "Uncle Yuan, if you continue to be so merciless, be careful that I don't harm your granddaughter. She's very pretty, to my taste." The man giggled, drinking a cup of tea to quench his thirst. It was indeed unbearably vulgar. This man called Duanmu Chongyang was the second young master of the Duanmu clan. His status was similar to Yuan Duan's, but his personality was the complete opposite. He stood up at 30 and started a family. Even now, he still hadn't taken any shape, causing his father, Duanmu Qingxing, to have a lot of white hair. Duanmu Chongyang was a renowned swordsman on the border between the two provinces. He often went to kill horse bandits for fun. As he killed, he actually became sworn brothers with the leader of a large group of horse bandits. If it weren't for his clan stopping him, he would have abducted his sister and made her the wife of the head of the horse bandits. Duanmu Chongyang was also the only one who dared to teach the Mao family's children a lesson when the Mao family was at its peak. The three families were neighbors. Close neighbors were better than distant relatives. Plus, they were in-laws, so on the surface, they were harmonious. Duanmu Chongyang, Yuan Duan, Mao Chong, and Mao Rou were childhood playmates. However, they had been estranged from Yuan Duan in recent years, intentionally or otherwise. In their youth, these two top young masters in Dunhuang liked to follow Mao Chong around as minions. It was a pity that Mao Chong died early. He didn't even reach 20 years of age before he died. Duanmu Qingxing had endured for a long time. Seeing that his eldest son was still frivolous, he finally couldn't help but slam the table angrily. Why did you go to the Mao family? Did that widow Mao Chong steal your soul? You're just a broken shoe. Don't you feel ashamed? You've ruined the plans of two families. What are you going to use to compensate? Yuan Duan narrowed his eyes again and lowered his head to taste his tea. Yuan Liang kept smiling but didn't say anything. Duanmu Chongyang raised his eyebrows and argued with his father. What's the big deal? Our two families hiding behind our master's back to scheme for benefits is a big deal. Aren't we afraid of incurring the suspicion of that little woman Yan Ji? In my opinion, this time we're dividing up the territories of the Mao and Lu families and Tao Yong. We shouldn't be so aggressive just because we protected the emperor. Do you really think we protected the emperor? Isn't this a trap that master set up long ago? He's waiting for those old foxes to jump into the fire pit. Besides, if we really want to argue, it's the young man who blocked the city gate with his sword who did the most work. I didn't hear him clamoring for a reward. He can't just do that behind closed doors with Yan Ji, right? Why didn't I see him take the position of commander of the Jinwu Guards? This is a two-man show they're purposely putting on for us to see. They're warning us not to push our luck. Father, if you don't go to the Mao family and cause a ruckus, I'd like to see if you'll get a stomachache from eating the meat in your mouth. Duanmu Qingxing looked like he was going to pick up the jade-like Donghua Celadon cup and smash it at this bastard of a son full of nonsense. Yuan Liang hurriedly stopped him and pulled on his in-law's arm. He joked, don't throw it, don't throw it. This kid isn't afraid of pain, but my heart aches for the cup. Duanmu Qingxing huffed, Brother Yuan, listen to this brat. What do you mean by arrogant? Does he think I'm a dog? Yuan Duan held an exquisite tea broom. He bent over and lowered his head. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he narrowed his eyes and sneered. After Duanmu Qingxing calmed down, Yuan Liang looked at the green and tea-colored Donghua porcelain. He stroked his beard and said with a faint smile, actually, Chongyang's words aren't without reason. Our table manners aren't too good. It's hard to avoid being disliked. Our two families are Bailiang's chess pieces that can't see the light of day. Misfortune and fortune are interdependent. Indeed, we don't have to worry about that little girl with a strange background mistreating us. We can eat less on the surface, but there's no harm in taking more in secret. This way, it'll be convenient for Giant Immortal Palace to appease the people. To put it bluntly, don't think the word dog is unpleasant to hear. Our two families are just other people's running dogs. Before biting, we have to tuck our tails between our legs and not make a sound. When it's time to bite, we have to be full of energy. Duanmu Qingxing's face was full of anger. He was a rough man who brandished his spear and brandished his staff. He couldn't speak in a genteel manner. He really couldn't think of a rebuttal and could only sulk. Duanmu Chongyang, on the other hand, laughed loudly. Uncle's words are truly incisive. Yuan Liang said with a smile, then let's set the tone like this. Eat less, eat more, and take it slow. In-law, why don't you and I spit out a few pieces of meat first? Duanmu Qingxing hesitated. He turned his head and caught a glimpse of that bastard who was the butt of jokes in the city casually slipping a teacup into his sleeve. He couldn't vent his anger, but it wasn't good for him to point it out. He could only nod and say in a low, muffled voice, in any case, it's all up to you these past few years. After absent-mindedly drinking his tea, Duanmu Qingxing practically dragged his son out of the tea-house and library. Yuan Duan was about to speak when the carefree Duanmu Chongyang jogged in, smiling as he took away the straw raincoat hanging on the screen. Yuan Liang waited until the sound of footsteps was far away before he glanced at the tea table. The tea set was missing a young gentleman's incomplete tea set. The entire set was ruined. He sighed softly. Chapter 552. Yuan Liang was no longer in the mood to drink tea, only feeling annoyed. He gazed at the curtain of rain outside the window and asked, "Do you know that trash called Su Pu is the new big shot of Dunhuang?" Yuan Dun put on a fake smile. "I already know." Yuan Liang asked, "Now that you know his identity, do you know how to get along?" Yuan Dun said with a dark expression, "At worst, we'll just remarry that shameless slut back." Duanmu Zhongqiu is a useless piece of trash who only knows how to read books and fiddle with literary talent. Just look at that pair of dogs and everything will be fine. I heard that Duanmu Zhongqiu has taken a fancy to a prostitute and wants to take her in as a concubine. Then we'll have that slut pretend to be jealous and divorce her under the title of a jealous woman. It'll be perfectly justifiable. Anyway, that good-for-nothing Su Pu won't mind this kind of thing. Yuan Liang was furious. He picked up the teacup and smashed it over. Yuan Dun, whose forehead was bleeding, was stunned. Yuan Liang scolded, "Idiot, do you really think Su Pu is just a brute? Which of Bailiang's loyalists are mediocre? Even if they're not smart enough and there's someone else in Bailiang plotting behind the scenes, do you think our Yuan family can afford to provoke that terrifying plague god Su Pu?" Yuan Dun held his forehead, blood seeping out from between his fingers. He said stubbornly, "How is it bad that I found his woman?" Yuan Liang was even angrier. He picked up the teacup and was about to smash it again, but seeing his eldest son's resolute gaze, he sighed dejectedly. Why are you so straightforward? A woman's mind is hard to predict since ancient times. Your sister has always been unyielding. After being humiliated like this and being forced to remarry, do you really think she won't go crazy and complain to Su Pu in a fit of rage? Since ancient times, how many of the generals and ministers who didn't die on the battlefield died in the gusts of cold wind on the king's pillow? Don't mention this again. Yuan Dun narrowed his eyes out of habit. After releasing his hand, he picked up a tea towel to wipe it clean and smiled. I have a plan to divert the trouble to the Duanmu family. Yuan Liang's eyes lit up. He said skeptically, "Oh." Yuan Duan rubbed the round teapot with his finger and said with a smile, "I have a confidant who is close to Duanmu Zhongqiu and can encourage him to take a concubine." Duanmu Zhongqiu is a hypocrite with a timid and fickle personality. He is easily swayed and cares about face the most. This confidant can take advantage of his lack of business knowledge and has a dead debt in his hands. 600 or 700 taels of silver should have been Duanmu Zhongqiu's money. Returning it to him now will leave him with plenty of money. When a man suddenly has a sizable private stash, he will have devious thoughts even if he doesn't have devious thoughts. I will have my confidant work on two fronts, one going to the brothels and beating around the bush. Now that the Duanmu family is suppressing the Mao family with us, I think the brothels are also aware of the pros and cons. On the other hand, he will bewitch Duanmu Zhongqiu, saying that Su Pu holds a grudge. If he dares to take that slut, he will make an example out of the entire Duanmu family. The Mao family is a good example. Father, do you think this good-for-nothing will give a divorce letter with both hands? At that time, our Yuan family will comfort that shameless slut, but she will fall out with the Duanmu family and shed all pretense of cordiality. Who will be the strongest power in Dunhuang City in the future? Yuan Liang thought about it carefully weighing the pros and cons and considering the feasibility of the plan. His smile grew wider and wider. Outside the building, the father and son of the Duanmu family walked further and further away toward the backyard. They got into an inconspicuous carriage, the sound of hooves not louder than the sound of the rain. Putting away the sheepskin umbrella, Duanmu Qingxing closed his eyes to rest. Duanmu Chongyang, who hadn't taken off his straw raincoat, also didn't have the least bit of a sloppy appearance. Duanmu Chongyang lifted the curtain and glanced at the high wall. He smiled and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, this pretentious and feminine father and son are starting to scheme against our Duanmu family. Their falling out is much faster than them flipping a book. Yuan Duan, this kid, has a belly full of evil tricks since he was young. He thinks he's virtuous, but he still thinks no one can see through him. It's really funny." Duanmu Qingxing said in a low voice, "Chongyang, how do you think they're scheming?" Duanmu Chongyang sneered and said, "Putting yourself in their shoes, they'll definitely start from big brother and sister-in-law. They'll see immediate results. The Yuan family only has this bit of foresight and prospects." Duanmu Qingxing opened his eyes and crossed his fingers on his abdomen. He smiled faintly and said, "Your big brother is timid and afraid of trouble. He doesn't even have the guts to compete with you for the position of the family head. I've already given up on him. But you, back then, dared to single-handedly kill Mao Chong in one move. Your hands and feet are clean too. This time, Yuan Liang and Yuan Duan want to trap your big brother. You go and keep an eye on them. Just don't make a big fuss. There's no need to lower yourself to their level. Otherwise, if they see through our concealment, it won't be pretty. We father and son are big men. Don't haggle over the smallest details with those two women. The Duanmu family has never treated Dunhuang as a place to do big things." Duanmu Chongyang laughed heartily and said mockingly, "This drinking of tea is just drinking the word harmony in harmony. Looking back at Yuan Liang's sinister methods these years, it's really a waste of several hundred caddies of tea." Duanmu Qingxing didn't go along with this topic. Instead, he said in a more serious tone, "Just now, you went to the Mao family to save them. There's even a hint of camaraderie. Very good. Your way of doing things these years has always been putting on a show for the masters of Beiliang. Now it's time to pick the ripe fruit. Father can give up everything, but I'll definitely let you become the great lieutenant of the Jin Wu Guards. You have to interact more with Su Pu and that young man. Drink and drink wine and so on. You must not be in a hurry. As long as you progress step by step, there will always be a chance for you to go to Beiliang and make a name for yourself. Dunhuang is still too small for you to show off your skills. Join the Beiliang army and strive to become the trusted aide of the hereditary heir apparent of the king of Beiliang. If this boy is not enough to entrust your life to, you can always switch to Qinjibao. It won't be bad either. But remember to use the trick of injuring yourself to gain the enemy's confidence. Otherwise, you'll be regarded as a rebellious minister. You won't have a chance to make a name for yourself in Beiliang." Leaning against the wall of the carriage, Duanmu Chongyang clicked his tongue and said, "The white-clothed war immortal Chen Jibao, the ruthless man who slaughtered the spear immortal Wang Xiu. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Duanmu Qingxing shook his head and said, the struggle for military power between the Beiliang heir apparent and Chen Jibao is not as one-sided as the outside world thinks. I feel that as long as Su Xiao is alive, Chen Jibao won't rebel. But as long as Chen Jibao doesn't rebel, as long as this drags on, the heir apparent will have more and more room to maneuver. Duanmu Chongyang was puzzled. Su Xiao killed Chen Jibao with one saber strike, he said. Isn't everything easy? Although this way, the morale of Beiliang's 300,000 armored cavalry will be reduced by half, but in the end, it's better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the pain. Duanmu Qingxing's expression was grave. He shook his head and said, this is the brilliance of the king of Beiliang's art of controlling people. He knows that some people can't be killed, he knows how to nurture a tiger and invite calamity. In my opinion, Chen Jibao was the most powerful Beiliang army in the world. It was the heir apparent who killed him, but Su Xiao couldn't be killed. Perhaps this vassal king with a different surname also couldn't bear to kill him. Duanmu Chongyang greatly treasured the time he spent alone with this old man, and even more treasured the opportunity for him to share his experiences. He asked, then father, do you feel that Chen Jibao has really rebelled? Duanmu Qingxing smiled and said, even if at the beginning he put on a show for the Zhao family's son to see and for Great Peace City to relax, in the long run, Chen Jibao will be in a similar situation as his adoptive father after the Battle of the Western Wall. He had no choice but to rebel. However, at that time, Su Xiao had the willpower to have the glory and wealth he has today. If he had really rebelled, he would have spent 3 or 4 years ruling across the river with the Zhao family. In the end, he would have used up the hearts of the people, and without the support of the scholars and the people, he would only be in a circle and die. This is the great wisdom of a martial artist like Su Xiao. When one reaches a high position, it is very difficult to remain clear-headed. Chen Jibao is different. If he rebelled, not only would the entire Liang dynasty be happy, Beimang would also clap and cheer. Even Beiliang would most likely approve more than oppose. Duanmu Chongyang carefully added, the precondition is that Su Xiao dies of old age. Duanmu Qingxing nodded and said, that's right. So in reality, Su Xiao and Chen Jibao are both waiting. When the time comes, when it is the Beiliang heir apparent's turn to put on the Liang prince's robe and personally go to play chess with Chen Jibao, it will truly be a life and death battle. Before that, it will be a good time for you to wait for the best price. Duanmu Chongyang was in high spirits and eager to give it a try. Duanmu Chongyang came from an ordinary background. Not to mention his awkward status as a chess piece of Beiliang, he was only a small local clan compared to those colossal powers. Beimang had 8 military officials in charge of military affairs. He had no relatives or friends. If there were no major wars, his climbing speed was destined to be slow. The Beimang southern dynasty, which had lost its scholars, was even more of a joke. The Beiliang army was undoubtedly the first choice. If the confrontation between Liang and Beimang was like a jade wall, then why not take advantage of this opportunity to attack the Beiliang army in the crevice? Why didn't a real man bring a wugo and take half of the 50 provinces? Duanmu Chongyang suddenly frowned and said, if one day the devil Luo Yang comes to Dunhuang, what should we do? Duanmu Qingxing loosened his fingers and waved his hand, saying, there is no need to worry unnecessarily. At that time, the old castellan still wanted to go out of the city to fight even though he was seriously injured to death. It could be said that he used his life in exchange for a verbal agreement. This was all part of Beiliang's plan. They wanted to give Dunhuang a large bodhisattva to worship. Duanmu Chongyang's face was full of admiration. Beiliang Chen Jibao and the devil Luo Yang both like to wear white clothes. When I am troubled, I go out to kill horse gang. I also like to wear a white robe. Duanmu Qingxing felt a little helpless, but his mood relaxed a little. He joked, in white there is Luo Yang, in green there is West Chu Chao Chongqing. You should strive to be more successful and get yourself a red robe or something. Duanmu Chongyang knew himself well. He shook his head and said, I don't dare to think about it. Chapter 553. Even though there would always be ambitious and ruthless people emerging from every generation, each of them dominating the world for 100 years, and there were only so many colors, such as white clothes, green clothes, red clothes, or purple clothes, there had never been such a white-clothed person in history. Wherever he went, he would kill gods and Buddhas that stood in his way. When he first came to the pugilistic world, no less than 1,000 people had died by his hands. Among them were the innocent commoners who had blocked his way. They might have only taken a second glance at him, but there were also heroic heroines who had rushed over to intercept him after hearing the news. However, this white-clothed devil did not stop his footsteps. He traveled through 8 provinces and finally killed his way to the northern Mang royal court. Along the way, there was no lack of experts from the 10 great sects, such as a deputy mountain master of Mount Tibing. Even an old monk who was sweeping the caves of Tsaoji Buddha Cave had appeared. There was even a Taoist who was a direct disciple of the Taoist sect. Killing people like flax, killing people without blinking. These 2 sayings couldn't be more suitable for the devil Luo Yang. Duanmu Chongyang suddenly said, that little girl with naturally beautiful lips like rouge is actually quite suitable to be with Luo Yang. If they run into that young hero who repelled 500 riders by himself, there will be a good show to watch. Duanmu Qingxing frowned and said, why are you thinking about this nonsense? Duanmu Chongyang smiled embarrassedly. Duanmu Qingxing sighed and said, Yuan Liang and I are at most old foxes who have the ability to plot a city or a state. Compared to Su Shao, the sky-swallowing python, we are far inferior. The old man continued, it's not that I belittle myself. Su Shao, just calling this name makes me tremble with fear. The carriage stopped slowly. Duanmu and Duanmu, who were much more scheming than Yuan and his son, got off the carriage together. Duanmu Chongyang walked with a straw raincoat. No matter how you looked at him, he looked like a loafer who was waiting to die. He walked in front of his father without any rules and strode into the mansion. Duanmu Qingxing, who was walking with an umbrella, said to himself, the night air is clear and bright. Ask yourself, you will know how much conscience you have and how much knowledge you have. He stepped over the threshold with a self-mocking face. Unfortunately, it's daytime. On this day, it was still raining heavily. Bai Yi had just entered the city when he met a group of 3 people who were walking towards the wine shop. Su Pu, who had lived in seclusion in Dunhuang City for many years, stood in front of the 2 men. It was a taboo in Jianghu for a pair of unfamiliar experts to meet each other. However, Su Pu didn't care about this. It was ridiculous to say that he had submitted to the junior Su Fingnian. Su Pu, as the commander of the 12 light cavalry camps, had 70 to 80,000 cavalry under his command. He was on equal footing with the vanguard commander Wu Qi. Not to mention Li Yishan, his confidant, even Zhao Chongling, the undisputed chief strategist of Beiliang, respected Su Pu greatly. What kind of person had Su Pu not seen? However, Su Pu was strict in his conduct and abided by his duty. Since he was willing to be a death soldier pawn of Dunhuang City, and even His Royal Highness dared to go to Beimang alone, he had the resolve to die in front of Su Fingnian in this city. There were countless elite troops in the world, but only the Northern Liang Army and Tuoba Bodhisattva's personal guards could be said to be able to fight to the death without leaving a single soldier. Su Pu considered himself an old soldier of Beiliang. How could he be afraid of battle? So what if you are the top person of the demonic path? How many times can you make me, Su Pu, die? Sweet Potato took a deep breath. He was about to take a step when he was pulled back by Su Fingnian. Bai Yi Luo Yang entered the city. She didn't look at Su Pu and Sweet Potato. She only looked meaningfully at Su Fingnian, who had changed his face. Su Fingnian walked out of the umbrella and grimaced as he walked in front of Su Pu. So it is you. Actually, I should have thought of it long ago. I just didn't dare to believe it. The Northern Mang demonic path's most powerful and ruthless person stretched his waist and slowly walked over. He allowed the raindrops to smash against his clothes, completely revealing his slender figure that wasn't too curvaceous. He said, Huang Baozhuang is finally dead. Su Fengnian stood where he was. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He just wanted to slap his own mouth. Who told you to jinx it? He regretted not bringing out Chuanqiu and Chunlei. The two were less than 20 steps apart. This was Sweet Potato's first time seeing this great demonic lord. He was already prepared to die. This was Su Pu's second time. At that time, the two kings of Dunhuang, Sweet Potato's aunt, and Luo Yang fought. He had watched from afar, but he couldn't see their faces clearly. However, Luo Yang's aura couldn't be faked by anyone, not even Tuoba. This white-clothed demon's murderous aura was one of a kind. It was one of a kind in Jianghu. Even though Luo Yang looked like a woman up close, Su Pu still didn't believe that he was a woman. Only Su Fengnian, who had suffered in the sword pavilion of Flying Fox City, knew that she was indeed a woman. She had both the appearance of a celestial being and the appearance of a dragon concubine. She was also very young. Damn it, her extraordinary talent was comparable to Li Chuangong's. Su Fengnian asked, How did Huang Baozhuang die? Where's your pearl? The woman who was both Luo Yang and Huang Baozhuang's chess and sword music school didn't answer. She just touched her stomach and said, I'm hungry again. Su Fengnian knew that this crazy woman had said that she would kill people when she was hungry. Compared to the kind and innocent Huang Baozhuang, she was like heaven and earth. This well-deserved giant of the demonic path suddenly laughed. Even Su Pu was a little dazzled. She laughed softly and said, Huang Baozhuang doesn't know what I did, but I know what she did. Sweet Potato and Su Pu didn't need to be in the rain. They were already confused. Chapter 554. Su Fengnian was about to speak when the woman who addressed herself as Luo Yang finally looked Sweet Potato and Su Pu in the eye. She frowned and said, Why do you look so much like that old hag? No wonder your aunt wanted me to spare your life. I won't kill you, but go back to the palace of purple and gold. You're not allowed to set foot in Yeting Palace for the rest of your life. Sweet Potato smiled charmingly but didn't move. Luo Yang stepped behind Sweet Potato and gently patted her chest. Almost at the same time, Luo Yang's right hand turned into a slap to deflect Sweet Potato's kick. Her left hand caught Su Pu's whip leg and threw him away. Su Fengnian didn't move, but his two flying swords were already out of his sleeves. However, when the golden threads were 2 inches away from Luo Yang's forehead, they stopped and trembled. The morning dew stopped 3 inches away from her chest. Sweet Potato and Su Pu were about to join forces and give Su Fengnian the opportunity to charge his flying swords. Suddenly, the sky changed color and the rain fell like thousands of flying swords. The two of them suffered unspeakable pain just by blocking the swords. They only managed to advance a little after being cut by thousands of swords. Luo Yang was the youngest person to enter the realm of celestial phenomenon in the past 100 years. In this aspect, she was even more shocking than Wang Xianji, Tuoba, and Dong Tai, who were in the top 3 of the martial arts role. Su Fengnian completely let go of his control over the 2 swords. He looked at the 2 of them calmly and then looked at the white-clothed devil Luo Yang. He shook his head and said, Sweet Potato, Su Pu, you 2 go first. Don't worry about me. Sweet Potato was the first to turn around. Su Pu hesitated and also retreated. Luo Yang made an exception and didn't chase after them. Probably because he found the golden thread flying sword in front of him interesting, he stretched out 2 fingers and caught the falling golden flying sword. Ignoring the morning dew falling to the ground near his chest, he said, Su, you have some skills and are becoming more and more promising. How did you enter the Vajra realm, and how did you get injured? Without any support, the morning dew fell straight to the ground and was covered by the endless rainwater pouring down from the trough. Without looking at Chao Lu and Jean Lu, Su Fengnian asked, "Do you have to kill me?" Luo Yang's fingers slightly exerted force, the golden thread curved in an arc. She said with a smile, "Give me a reason not to kill him. Tell me." "Forget it, you're going to die anyway. I'm more interested in knowing your true identity." Su Fengnian said bluntly, "Su Fengnian." Luo Yang said expressionlessly, "It's not as nice as Su Dianxia." Su Fengnian laughed. Without any guidance, the morning dew rose and stabbed toward the white-clothed demon's chest again. This attack was sufficiently sinister and tricky, and the timing was flawless. Even the blind zither player Xue Songguan would be caught unprepared. But she only made a small sound of surprise. She stretched out 2 fingers again and caught the strange psychic flying sword. Suddenly, she said, "Wu family's secret sword nurturing technique. It seems your talent in the way of the sword isn't as good as your use of the blade. You have a total of 12 flying swords, but only this little thing has a complete sword embryo." Su Fengnian, who had been ridiculed for his talent for the first time, didn't jump up and curse. He stood quietly where he was. Su Pu and Sweet Potato, who had a tacit understanding, stopped and surrounded the white-clothed woman in a tripartite confrontation. The rain gradually stopped. There were no mountains here, so the mountains didn't turn green after the rain. Luo Yang asked, "I've heard that you're half a disciple of Li Chungang. But what's your relationship with Dong Tai? You'd better have some relationship." "I killed my way here because I wanted to send a message to this new immortal swordsman. I want to fight him." "Do you really think you're invincible?" Su Fengnian spat and laughed, "Give me back my Huang Baozhuang. Compared to a demon like you, I prefer that gentle girl." Luo Yang laughed, her killing intent overflowing. But it wasn't directed at the blabbermouth Su Fengnian, but at the man on the city wall who carried the nameless sword. She mocked, "No wonder you're so bold. So it was him who sent you a message." The dark clouds dispersed, and only a ray of sunlight shone through the cracks in the sky. It happened to shine on the swordsman's body. He looked like an immortal descending from the heavens. The middle-aged swordsman with a plain face floated down and said with a smile, "I did send a message to this kid, but my original words were for him to say, 'Do you think you're worthy of looking down on Dong Tai?'" Su Fengnian curled his lips. If it was Li Chungang, it would be more like it. Luo Yang flicked away 2 dispensable flying swords with her finger. She looked at the new champion swordsman of this generation who had just fought with Tuoba, her eyes burning. She stomped her foot. The rain on the street splashed up into countless flying swords. "You're the 3rd most powerful swordsman in the world, so I'll kill you with my flying swords. The reason I'm ranked behind you is because I haven't fought you yet. That's all." This was the conceit of the 4th most powerful person in the world, Luo Yang. Dong Tai didn't look at the thousands of flying swords with awe-inspiring sword intent. He glanced at Su Fengnian and said calmly, "In this battle, I owe Li Chungang the favor of lending me his sword and teaching me. Stand further away and watch carefully with your eyes closed." Watch carefully with his eyes closed. Outsiders might not understand, but Su Fengnian, who had just entered the Vajra realm, knew the meaning of this. Just like after the sword embryo was completed, controlling the sword with chi became useless. It was far inferior to controlling the sword with the will of the heart, which was why she couldn't kill him in one strike. It wasn't that the flying swords weren't sharp enough, but that Su Fengnian's mental state was still insufficient. If it were Dong Tai, who was truly unparalleled in the art of killing, Luo Yang wouldn't have been able to do it so easily. If Dong Tai claimed to be the 2nd most powerful swordsman, no one would dare to claim to be the 1st. Even Li Chungang didn't deny this point. If Su Fengnian watched the battle with his eyes open, he would have to pick up sesame seeds and throw away watermelons. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. After he closed his eyes, one of his 5 senses would disappear, but the other 4 senses would be imperceptibly strengthened. This was the same principle as how blind people tended to have better hearing and deaf people tended to have better eyesight. After letting Sweet Potato and Su-Poo leave at ease, he skimmed along the street. After about half a mile, he sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. On this day, not only did the southern wall of Dunhuang City collapse, but the southern city where Su Fingnian sat was also destroyed. The final result of this battle was that the third most powerful person was still the third most powerful person, and the fourth most powerful person was still the fourth most powerful person. Chapter 555. When Su Fingnian opened his eyes, he only saw Dong Tai squatting by his side. There was no sign of the devil Luo Yang. Su Fingnian was shocked to see a pale face like a thin piece of golden paper. Dong Tai, carrying a nameless sword on his back, looked at the ravines and collapsed city walls. He said calmly, "After the battle with Tuoba, I didn't win or lose. I traveled east to the ruins of the 9 swords of the Wu family. Along the way, I saw the master of the Banbing Mountain, the bronze man from the chess and sword music school, and several devils. I fought each of them once. As for this Luo Yang, who just defeated Hong Jingyan, I found her in the air a long time ago. This tag team battle started with Tuoba and ended with Luo Yang. I didn't come here in vain. You're unlucky." After entering the city, she didn't have any killing intent. After sensing my sword aura, she wanted to use you as bait to force me to show myself. Su Fingnian said with a smile, "Beimang didn't do the right thing this time." The new sword deity without a donkey or a peach blossom branch stood in front of a ravine. "I split the water when I see the water, I split the mountain when I see the mountain. This is the way of the sword Li Chungang lent me. Even if the 9 people on the martial arts ranking were waiting in front, I wouldn't be able to take a detour. It might be a bit of a disappointment if I told other people about this, but since you came to Beimang alone, you should be able to understand a little." Dong Tai seemed to know what Su Fingnian wanted to ask. He smiled warmly and said slowly, "Senior Li's sword split the mountain and the sky. I used my swordsmanship to seek the Tao and took a narrow path. Senior Li lent me his sword not because he wanted me to take his broad path, but because he showed me the scenery on that path. He didn't want me to change my path. This is the most valuable part. When I gave you the sword, I deliberately hid the secret of the 12 flying swords. Apart from wanting you to comprehend the Tao and cultivate on your own, it was also because I wasn't straightforward enough. If it were Senior Li, he wouldn't have been so shy." Su Fingnian nodded. Dong Tai turned his head and glanced at him with a smile in his eyes. "You're straightforward and not pretentious. No wonder Li Chungang thought so highly of you." Su Fingnian smiled shyly. Su Fingnian was a junior interacting with his relatives and elders was of course because they were relatives. That was a senior. Dong Tai was not a man who stood out from the crowd. He was middle-aged and always had a smile on his face. He was more like a good-tempered and easygoing neighbor uncle. He was even more elegant and dignified than Su-Poo, who had been selling wine for many years. Especially when he didn't unsheath his sword and return to its original state, he was even more humble and amiable. Of course, Su Fingnian had also secretly imagined Dong Tai riding a donkey and shaking the peach blossoms. Amongst the green mountains and clear waters, or amidst the rain of arrows, he must have had the demeanor of an expert. Unfortunately, he didn't get to see it. Dong Tai looked at his chi and asked, "How did you get injured?" Su Fingnian said softly, "I fought with a few hundred cavalry. I was a little weak." Dong Tai teased, "You're the same as your father. You didn't know your place when you were young." To be honest, a few years ago, I had always felt that Su Xiao was not worthy of my sister and felt that it was not worth it for her. This time, when I went to northern Mang, I was stopped at the border. Su Xiao shamelessly caught me and forced me to drink. My impression of him changed a lot. Although I still don't understand why my sister eloped with him, I feel that at least she was happy and comfortable with a bumpkin like Su Xiao. Not to mention other things, Su Xiao only married her in his lifetime. It was already very rare, so there was nothing to feel sorry for. Oh right, your gold-threaded sword embryo is more than half completed. It's a stone from another mountain to improve jade. I'm not curious. How did you obtain the morning sword by chance? Tell me about it. Su Fingnian turned around and pointed at the giant immortal's palace complex. He smiled and said, I was thinking about things on the roof the whole night. When the sun rose from the east and the first rays of the morning sun came from the east to the west and fell on me, I suddenly figured it out. It was also at that time that I realized that after every flying sword gained intelligence, it was a kind of secret sword technique. Dong Tai nodded and said softly, that's why you can't talk about Tao with someone who doesn't have a root vessel. Your talent is not bad. Su Fingnian asked cautiously, my eyes are bad. I didn't see whether there was a big disparity between you and Luo Yang. Dong Tai smiled and said, there wasn't a big disparity. Luo Yang just defeated her martial brother from the chess and sword music school, Hong Jingyan. She came riding on the momentum. I, on the other hand, had to fight bitterly. Therefore, her 800 rain sword strikes all hit me solidly. Right now my 5 viscera and 6 bowels are not feeling well. However, since I have reached the land immortal realm in the eyes of the world, I can still withstand it. As for her, she only suffered 1 strike from me and broke the pearl in her heart. It can be considered 1 pearl for 1 life. Half of it was done on purpose, and half of it was because she couldn't escape this calamity. Perhaps she wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone by inviting me to a duel. If you have the guts, go and investigate it yourself. Su Fengnian shook his head straightforwardly and said, I'm lucky that she didn't come looking for me. I won't dare to seek trouble for myself. Dong Tai looked at the sky and sighed softly, that old man Wang Xianji has been waiting for 60 years. We haven't been able to pull him down. Tuoba and Chao Chongqing can't do it either. In the future, it's up to you, Luo Yang, Nangong Puji, and the other youngsters. Su Fingnian was surprised. Dong Tai didn't keep him in suspense and answered, I want to look for people with special abilities in the immortal mountains overseas to sharpen my swordsmanship. Dong Tai smiled open-mindedly and said, there are millions of swordsmen in the world. There should be a few who truly live for the sword and die for the sword. Maybe in the future, if I can't return to the Central Plains, I'll borrow a sword before I die. Otherwise, the Jianghu will forget Dong Tai. Chapter 556. He then corrected himself, it's okay to forget Dong Tai, but you can't forget Dong Tai's sword. Before Dong Tai left, he pointed at the ruins in front of him. Seeing Su Fingnian nod, he said, Beimang's peaceful and blessed land has a foggy heavenly gate in the Tao Te sect. If you have the chance, you must go and take a look. Dong Tai carried his sword and chanted softly, drifting into the distance. A dream like a banana, a deer like a mayfly, with a sword on its back, climbing up the cliff. For the next 3 days, a young scholar could be seen at the southern gate, carefully examining every sword mark and every ravine. The whole of Dunhuang City did not have the heart to care about such trivial matters. After knowing that the devil Luo Yang entered the city and entered the Yeting Palace, almost 10,000 people fled in one night. Later, when they saw that Luo Yang did not indiscriminately kill the innocent and that the palace master of the Purple Gold Palace, Yan Ji, put out a notice to appease them, only then did 3,000 to 4,000 people return to the city. Other than the white-clothed Luo Yang, who had recently become the 4th person on the martial arts roll, the most talked about was the wine seller Su Pu, who had become the deputy governor of Dunhuang City and climbed to a high position that was second only to the 2 of them. Some said that this person was the former governor's male companion, while others said that he was a devil who had hidden very deeply. Some of the customers who had visited the shop were complacent and said that they had long seen through Su Pu's ability. As for Boss Chow, who had received a dozen sets of porcelain bowls and 5 or 6 Spring Festival couplets from the old eunuch, after a short period of trembling, he felt even more honored and his status skyrocketed. He had become the most popular merchant in the city. Su Fengnian was originally an outsider, so he did not care about worldly affairs. He only cared about the spearhead, looking for the swordsmanship formula from the thousands of scars and comparing it with the bladesmanship manual. He benefited a lot. When they left Dunhuang at noon, the southern part of the city was deserted, so he and Sweet Potato and Su Pu went to a wine stall on the eastern side of the city to drink before leaving. The stall owner was shallow, but shrewd. He did not recognize the 3 of them and only thought that they were high-ranking officials and dignitaries in the city that he could not afford to offend. He did not dare to carelessly quote a high price for their drinks. The 3 of them sat at a table in the corner. The reason why Su Fengnian chose to leave the city at this time was because Sweet Potato's affairs were orderly. He had nothing to do if he stayed there. Furthermore, Luo Yang had only stayed in the Yeting Palace for 2 days before quietly leaving. Without this mortal enemy in the palace, Su Fengnian did not dare to lower his guard. Su Pu was in high spirits. He used his chopsticks to hit the porcelain bowl like a stone hammer and softly hummed a Bailiang Quarry song. It was a minor tune that was suspected of being out of tune, but it was particularly warm to the ears. It was a farewell to Su Fengnian. Su Pu was not a blockhead who did not understand the ways of the world. He was the first to get up and bid farewell. Not long after, on the way back to the city, he saw a carriage pass by. The curtain lifted a corner, and outside the carriage, a man and a woman looked at each other. Their footsteps did not stop, and the carriage did not stop. The sweet-tempered woman in the carriage was biting her lips, her cheeks filled with tears. Su Fengnian asked in a low voice, "It's her." Sweet Potato laughed, "Isn't it? What a coincidence." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "What coincidence? Someone arranged it. Of course, it's not her intention." Sweet Potato laughed it off. She was not unfamiliar with the knack of it. It was just that once she said it out loud, even the slightest aftertaste would be gone. You see how charming Qing Shan is, you expect Qing Shan to be like this. This is called mutual affection. You see how charming Qing Shan is, but Qing Shan sees you as a pile of shit. This is called wishful thinking. Qing Shan sees how charming you are, but you take a pile of shit on the mountain. You want Qing Shan to treat you like the first time you met her. This is a person's heart is not enough. Sweet Potato took the initiative to change the topic. Why don't young master stay for a few more days? You can try to subdue Su Pu. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "The thing I'm not good at in this life is buying people's hearts. This is the second time I'm traveling, and I didn't think about how to exchange pleasantries with the 100 light cavalry of the Phoenix Battalion. Besides, I can't stand those old tricks of kowtowing. Those who come out to mingle with officials and traverse the Jianghu are not fools. If they're lucky, they'll be able to hit it off, and they'll be suitable to be friends. You see, when I was His Royal Highness, other than a few bad friends who grew up with me, have I ever taken in any underlings? It's fun to be stabbed in the back." Sweet Potato rubbed Su Fengnian's forehead and said softly, "This has to be changed." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "I'm changing it diligently. Su Pu said just now that Su Shao is gathering momentum, and I have to take advantage of it. It's very reasonable." After drinking a few bowls of wine, Su Fengnian got up and carried a new purple bamboo box. He said, "You don't have to send me off." Sweet Potato stood obediently in the same place and just stared blankly into the distance to send him off. Su Fengnian headed north toward Jinxi Province. Before he reached the site of the Wu family's 9 swords defeating 10,000 cavalry, he encountered a huge land-based tornado that appeared out of nowhere. It was a magnificent sight. Su Fengnian fastened the string of the box and rushed over with a big laugh. He remembered the wooden sword of riding an ox on Mount Wudong and drawing a waterfall. The spring and autumn sword broke open a gap and penetrated the wall into the tornado. Generally speaking, land-based tornadoes were not as powerful as water-based tornadoes, but they were often mixed with sand and boulders, making them extremely dangerous. The land-based tornadoes sucked in the soil on a huge scale. After Su Fengnian entered, he had to suffer a lot. It was almost as if he was continuously being played by a blind female zither player. However, Su Fengnian was already mentally prepared. He pulled out the spring and autumn sword and used his sword chi to break apart the boulders. At the same time, he built a mirage of the great yellow courtyard and stepped on it. It was as if he was climbing a tall building, as if he was climbing the 5 sacred mountains. He closed his eyes and focused his mind. He pulled out the sword again and again, rising higher and higher until he was thousands of feet above the ground. Suddenly, the wind stopped and Su Fengnian rushed out. His figure rose above the sea of clouds as if he had entered the heavens. His whole body was bathed in the golden sunlight, like a golden Buddha. It was a pity that the world could not see this scene. Su Fengnian was above the 9 heavens. Looking at the vast golden sea of clouds, he laughed and said, "I have a sword called Fuyao." Chapter 557. After Su Fengnian rushed out of the huge whirlpool, he shouted and swung his sword. Using the force of the throw, his body continued to climb up to the sky. When he reached the highest point, he sat down cross-legged like a celestial sitting still at the heavenly gate, watching the clouds rise and fall. This was probably the most carefree scene in the mortal world. Su Fengnian looked up and saw a sea of clouds that stretched as far as the eye could see. After being in high spirits, his body fell straight down, breaking through the golden clouds that were bathed in the Buddha aura. In just a few breaths, the land whirlpool was already half a mile away. Su Fengnian finally stopped pretending to be a Buddha. With his mind directed, the morning dew flew out of his sleeves. Su Fengnian stretched out his limbs and tapped lightly on the flying sword with the tip of his toes, slightly slowing down the speed of his fall. If he took the lead to use the remaining flying swords that still needed to be guided by chi, the momentum of his fall would be unstoppable. He repeatedly tapped on the flying swords to slow down the speed of his fall. When he was about 100 feet above the ground, Su Fengnian, who fell from the sea of clouds, suddenly pulled out the spring and autumn sword. The sword stirred up a gust of wind, and after 500 feet, the 11 flying swords flew out at the same time, forming a slanted staircase in the sky. He stepped on the sword step by step. At the same time, the abundant chi of the great yellow courtyard surged throughout his body. His headscarf and sleeves fluttered together, making him look like an immortal. The essence of the great yellow courtyard was that it could fill a granary with a single seed. Every time his chi stopped, he would be able to generate new chi, which allowed him to draw out the spring and autumn sword. If an ordinary Vajra realm expert fell like this, even if they didn't die, they would be heavily smashed into the ground and suffer internal injuries. Within 100 feet, Su Fengnian was already at his wit's end. He tried his best to raise his chi and almost instantly stomped on the ground, bending his legs to reduce the momentum. The dust on the ground flew up, and Su Fengnian, who was still carrying a book box, rolled out, causing dust to splatter everywhere. Looking up at the sea of clouds in the sky, heavenly earth. After a few breaths, his chi was full. Su Fengnian took to his heels and rushed toward the land dragon that connected heaven and earth. Like before, he used the spring and autumn sword to split open a crack in the wall. After entering, he still chopped countless boulders with his sword, stepped on the rocks, and floated up. Once again, he rushed out of the dark and dim land dragon's mouth. This time, Su Fengnian did not hover above the sea of clouds like an immortal looking into the distance. He purposely inhaled and exhaled, and his body was sucked into the whirlpool. The spring and autumn sword continuously chopped. This time, he was going against the flow downwards. The devil Luo Yang killed every immortal and Buddha she met. Dong Tai also said that Li Chuangong's way of swordsmanship was like meeting mountains and rivers. Su Fengnian did not believe that he could not chop a rootless land dragon. Although there were flying boulders like flying locusts and arrows, most of them were traceable. As he walked downwards, the boulders rolling on the jade plate became countless swift and fierce hidden weapons. Fortunately, Su Fengnian had personally experienced the dense killing caused by the blind lady Shui Songwan's zither controlling the raindrops. He walked to the middle of the land dragon with great difficulty. After taking a few breaths, he still felt that he could not withstand it. He gritted his teeth and held on for a while. Finally, he stopped joking around with his life. He turned around and flew out of the mouth of the pot before falling back down. It was as if he was once again in the situation outside the gate of Dunhuang where the 500 cavalry took turns to attack. During this time, he was scraped by the debris until he was covered in blood. Fortunately, he was still able to raise his sword when he was thrown out of the pot for the third time. Since he had lost a lot of blood, he did not want to waste it. In this way, Su Fengnian followed the land tornado to the north. In the world, there were people who rode on horses or boats and drifted along with a tornado. It was not known if this was unprecedented. However, after entering Beimang, in Flying Fox City, he heard that the Qilan immortal of the Taoist sect had once crossed a reed to reach the 13th peak, and Tuoba, who used the Arctic ice field as a place to temper his body and soul, had once stood on the whale-floating sea. Compared to these two, Su Fengnian was not too far behind. Everything has life and death. After the shabbily dressed Su Fengnian had cultivated 6 swords, he noticed that the tornado had begun to weaken. It was not as powerful as before, so he began to continuously slash at the air wall with his sword to accelerate the dissipation of the land tornado. After throwing out the tornado for the last time, Su Fengnian suddenly raised his chi and stood above the sea of clouds. He glanced at the setting sun in the west. The clouds and mist were purple, presenting a beautiful scene of purple smoke curling up in spirals. Su Fengnian was intoxicated. At that moment, a thought flashed across his mind. Had she, who was riding on a sword, seen such a scene before? Falling back to the human world, the spring and autumn sword was no longer as powerful as the original land tornado. Landing on the ground was not a problem, but Su Fengnian was still immersed in his thoughts. As a result, he was kicked to the ground. Although he was temporarily alert, he still could not avoid the sneak attack. Fortunately, that kick did not have the intention to kill. Su Fengnian was thrown a long distance away from the ground. The clothes on his body were completely torn. When he got up, he saw that it was the acquaintance he did not want to see the most in his life, the other Huang Baozhuang, Luo Yang. In the dusk, on the yellow sand, a white dress fluttered. Su Fengnian felt a headache coming on. Even when he encountered Tuoba Chunsun and the blind female zither player, these two formidable opponents, he was not this thorny. He forced himself to suppress the chill in his heart and did not retreat or run. It was not that Su Fengnian had the courage to face death unflinchingly after comprehending the rising tide form, but because of the information revealed by that kick, he did not turn around and flee. Sure enough, the demoness Luo Yang went straight to the point and said, "Come with me to the ice fields. I will kill Tuoba and the treasure will be yours." Su Fengnian nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay." If he did not agree, he would definitely die. The situation was stronger than him, so Su Fengnian could not swallow his pride and pretend to be a hero. As long as this revered Yama did not ask him to slit his throat with the spring and autumn annals, he would obediently agree. Luo Yang was clearly somewhat satisfied with Su Fengnian's straightforward attitude. She turned around and went ahead. Su Fengnian followed behind her, always maintaining a distance of 10 feet. This would ensure that if she wanted to kill someone for no reason, she would not be killed in one blow. In any case, she would risk her life to give him a few moves. Su Fengnian stared at the slender back. She was wearing a white robe that largely concealed her gender, and her hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin. When he first met her in Dunhuang City, if he had not seen the face of the chess and sword music schoolgirl, Wang Baozhuang, up close, Su Fengnian would not have thought of her as a girl. Her murderous aura was too strong, and she was extraordinarily valiant. At most, she would be taken as a man who was born rich and beautiful. When Su Fengnian was traveling and pretending to be a fortune teller to cheat money, he would often smile at the ugly-looking men and say, "Young master, your appearance is not bad. You are a man of the south and a man of the north, so it will be difficult for you to run away from wealth." However, at that time, there would definitely be a turning point, and the word, "but," would be added. If not, it would be difficult to cheat the copper coins out of their pockets. During those 3 years of suffering, Su Fengnian concluded that there were two major difficulties. The first was to let the daughter-in-law of another family climb into his bed, and the second was to let the copper coins in other people's pockets fall into his own pocket. Unfortunately, he encountered Luo Yang after Li Zhu was shattered by Dong Tai. Su Fengnian did not even have the slightest thought of taking advantage of her. Luo Yang slowed down her pace, and the distance of 10 zhang became 9 zhang. Su Fengnian quietly pulled back to 10 zhang, and when the distance became 9 zhang, Su Fengnian did not make any unnecessary moves, and allowed her to slowly close the distance to 3 zhang. This woman moved from Beimang to the top 10 of the martial ranking, and after defeating Hong Jingyan, she became the 4th in the world. Although she lost to Dong Tai in the 3rd match, and stopped at the 4th place, since she had the determination to wrestle with Tuoba, then presumably the battle with Dong Tai that destroyed the city might not have been an all-out battle, because she had used her rained sword against Dong Tai's sword. Before this battle, the world knew that the demon Luo Yang killed people like picking up grass, but she had never used a sword. It was easy to imagine that the most frightening thing about Luo Yang was not her high ranking, but her rapid improvement at such a young age. She was clearly walking the same path as Wang Xianji and Tuoba, which was to use battle to nurture battle. With her back to Su Fengnian, Luo Yang said calmly, "You want to go to the site where the Wu swordsmen were buried?" Su Fengnian said softly, "That's right." Luo Yang said calmly, "Then you and I will meet in 20 days at Taiyi City in the state of Aquarius." With that, she swept away. Chapter 558. Su Fengnian, who had met Luo Yang and had made an agreement with her, felt a heavy weight weighing down on his heart. He stood where he was and looked at the graceful figure disappearing into the distance. With a gloomy expression, he sighed. On the way to the Wu family's 9 swords break 10,000 cavalry, he had already encountered a devil. He was extremely unlucky. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Su Fengnian, who had jinxed himself once in Dunhuang, slapped himself hard on the face. He took off his bookcase, changed into a new set of clothes, and continued on his way to Shihe province. In Dunhuang, Sweet Potato had told him about the situation of the ruins. 200 years ago, after the Wu family's sword tomb's elites had all come out and completed the magnificent feat of destroying everything, Beimang did not fly into a rage out of humiliation and vent his anger on the bodies of the Wu family swordsmen. On the contrary, he gave them a grand burial. The swordsmen who died in battle were given a grave, a tablet, and a sword. A few swordsmen who did not accompany him at that time entered Beimang one after another and built a hut to guard the tomb until they died of old age. Beimang, who specially stationed a team of armored cavalry at the battlefield, did not harm the swordsmen. After the swordsmen died, the descendants of the Wu family who guarded the tomb from generation to generation continued to take care of the tomb. This was a stark contrast to the Central Plains' practice of digging up the coffins of their enemies and whipping their corpses. When the scholars and celebrities of the Central Plains talked about the customs of the two dynasties, they only said that the northern barbarians drank raw meat and blood and were despicable. Su Fengnian calculated the distance with his fingers. When he arrived at his destination in Shihe State, he found out that the ruins were located in a small basin with a radius of 3 to 4 miles. What made him not know whether to laugh or cry was that perhaps there were too many sword practitioners who came here because of its reputation. Around this sunken basin, there were stacks of stalls selling wine, tea, and fruits. Without exception, no matter what the main business was, there were stacks of martial arts manuals stacked on top of the stalls. Among them, the Wu family's swordsmanship manuals were the most numerous. Their names were very scary, such as 9 Swords of the Wu family's Immortals, 10 Sword Techniques of the Sword Tomb, and so on. There were also other secret manuals, most of which had the subtitle 18 Styles of Wang Xianji's Lifelong Secret Art. In any case, they were just scaring people. Su Fingnian spent some money to buy a bag of Shiha's specialty dried green fruits and dates. He picked up one of the manuals in front of him, which had the words, "If you miss this book, you will regret it for the rest of your life," written on the cover of the book. The vendor was a short middle-aged man with shifty eyes. When he saw business, he immediately spat, "Young hero, this secret manual is extraordinary. After reading this book, as long as you practice diligently for a few years, I can guarantee that you will become a level 3 expert. Don't look at the tattered books of the Wu family swordsmanship that are sold at the next stall, which are full of extravagant praises. In this world, there is no such thing as becoming a sword immortal after just a few glances. Here, you get what you pay for. This mighty bull's divine art is the secret manual of the Xianyuan family in the Liang dynasty. Don't judge it by its reputation, but it is real. I can see that young hero's physique is very good, and with one look, I can tell that you are a talented martial arts prodigy. The original price of this manual is 6 taels of silver. Only 3 taels. Su Fingnian was eating green fruits and jujubes. He looked at the stall owner who stretched out 3 fingers and just smiled. Soon, the strong man from the stall next to him pulled the rug out from under him. He sat on the bench with his legs crossed, and while eating sunflower seeds, he sneered and said, "Bull power, right? I have a bunch of them here, but they haven't been sold yet. Not to mention 3 taels of silver, one book is only 30 coins, and it's a buy one get one free. Do you want it, young master? With this price, it's not expensive to wipe your ass." The short man who was selling both dates and secret manuals turned around and scolded, "Zhang Dupeng, do you need to be taught a lesson?" The strong man threw the sunflower seeds in his face, stood up, bent his arms, and exposed his firm muscles. He roared, "Third Mouse, who's teaching who?" The stall owner who was called Third Mouse shrank back, curling his lips. Seeing Su Fingnian put down the shitty book that couldn't be sold, the strong man immediately put on a bright smile and tried to attract business. "Young master, this way please. I, Zhang Dupeng, am famous around here for being honest and kind. When doing business, the most important thing is that if you don't like it, I'll sell it to you at a discount. After 3 years, if you haven't mastered the divine art, I'll compensate you with double the price. Come, take a look at this book. Sword opens the gate of heaven. It records the old god of swords, Li Chuangong's famous secret art. Look at the exquisite binding, the quality of the pages, and the handwriting. It's obviously the real thing. If young master finds a similar book around here, I'll twist my head off and use it as a urinal for you." Su Fingnian walked over and took the secret book. It was obvious that compared to the dense books sold by ordinary stalls, he put more thought into it and asked the price. "How much is it?" The strong man who was about to say 1 tael of silver forcefully swallowed it back. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Third Mouse next door wanted to take revenge. He stared at the bastard and scared him into silence. He hesitated for a moment, squeezed out a sincere smile, and said firmly, 90 taels, I don't bargain here. Su Fingnian reached for the dry purse at his waist and fished out about 30 copper coins. He said expressionlessly, "That's all." The strong man hurriedly grabbed the copper coins. "Friendship is important, friendship is important. It's good that young master has the heart. 30 taels it is." Zhang Depeng is not the kind of person who would be moved by money. Su Fingnian put the secret book into the box on his back. The stall owner, Zhang Depeng, did not forget to flatter the young customer with a long sword on his back. One look and I can tell that young master is a master of swordsmanship. Your future is immeasurable. If you amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in the future, don't forget to tell others about Zhang Depeng's sword opens the sky gate. Su Fingnian nodded and smiled, of course, of course. Zhang Depeng saw that he was about to turn and leave, so he quickly dug out a handful of melon seeds from the bowl and said with a smile, "Young master, don't mind. These things can pass the time. Take your time and walk slowly. Maybe you can even pick up a few peerless secret books." The ruins were separated by a fence, and the stalls were built along the edge of the fence. Su Fingnian slowly walked half a circle, but he did not meet any strange people. He saw a sloppy old man sandwiched between two stalls. There was only a piece of cotton cloth in front of him, and a few secret manuals were placed on top of it. It seemed that his business had been poor for many years, and the shabby old man was squatting and taking a nap. The two neighbors, one was selling wine and the other was selling tea. Their business was not bad, and there were 3 or 4 tables for customers. Su Fingnian saw only a young man and a young woman sitting at a wine table. Their temperament was outstanding in this basin, so he walked over and asked if he could have a seat. The man in satin clothes frowned and was about to refuse, but the woman with a golden hairpin pressed on the back of his hand and said softly, "Young master, please help yourself." Su Fingnian waved his hand and asked the owner of the tavern about the price of the drinks. There were not many drinks sold in the tavern by the weight and the number of bowls. Naturally, they were all coarse drinks that were not presentable. They could quench one's thirst, but it was difficult to get drunk. Su Fingnian ordered a bowl of white wine under the guise of Apricot Blossom Village. With his back to the young man and woman, he bent over and read a few books that the shabby old man had placed on a shabby cotton cloth. There was nothing special about them. The martial arts manuals that followed the trend were not novel at all. When the arrogant man at the opposite table saw this scene, his eyes became even more disdainful and the corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. The tavern owner brought a bowl of cheap distiller's grains. He kindly kicked the old neighbor and reminded him in a bad mood, "Watch the business." The squatting old man was awakened by the kick. His eyes were cloudy. When he saw a drinker bending over to read the secret manuals, he smiled in a hurry. However, his smile showed that he had no front teeth. The drinking man sneered, and the delicate woman chuckled. Su Fingnian took a bowl of wine and left the bench. He squatted in front of the cotton cloth that could not even be called a stall, and asked with a smile, "How much are these books?" The old man scratched his gray hair and said with a silly smile, "Young master, just do as you see fit. Just a few coins will do. They are all fake anyway." Su Fingnian took out the last 6 or 7 copper coins from his money bag and handed them to the old man with no front teeth. The old man did not think it was cheap. He took it with a smile, folded 4 or 5 secret books, and handed them to the young master in front of him with both hands. Seeing that he was so stingy, the man at the same table looked at him with disdain. The woman also seemed to think that the young scholar's face was a bit tacky, and it was a waste of his elegant appearance. She drank half of the wine and left the tavern with the man who accompanied her. Su Fingnian, who was indifferent to this, sat back at the table. He opened the book box and put the secret books inside. After fiddling with it for a while, he seemed to be happy that he had found treasures. He waved at the tavern owner and said with a smile, "Boss, do you have any good yellow wine? It doesn't matter if it is expensive. Give me 2 bowls." The tavern owner smiled brightly and became more attentive. "Yes, yes. I will give you 2 bowls." Su Fingnian waited for a moment and took 2 bowls of yellow wine from the tavern owner. He squatted in front of the old man with no front teeth again and handed him a bowl. He asked with an authentic Donghua accent, judging from your accent, you used to be from Dongyue, right? The old man didn't dare to take the bowl at first, but when he heard the familiar accent, he took it and said with surprise, yes. Su Fingnian put down the bowl and went to the book box to take a secret book with a 50-tael banknote inside. He sat cross-legged facing the old man and said with a smile, "You can keep one for yourself." The old man didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it with a smile. He thought that this handsome young man was really a good person. People came and went, and it was bustling. An old man and a young man sat facing each other. They didn't talk much and just drank slowly. After finishing the wine, Su Fingnian paid the tavern owner and left with the book box. The old man was in a good mood and had nothing to do. He wiped his saliva and hummed a tune as he flipped through the book. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The old man with no front teeth opened his mouth and stared at the back of the young man with a sword and a book on his back. He quickly closed the secret book that wasn't hidden at all. He was shocked and confused. One day, Su Fingnian approached the Wu family's swordsman graveyard. He was so close, but he didn't enter. Chapter 559. With old Huang and the old man wearing the sheepskin fur coat, these two swordsmen in front of him, it did not matter whether he saw the Wu family ruins or not. Su Fingnian passed by the Wu family ruins but did not enter it. Walking up the northern hillside, he found a group of buildings that were neither donkey nor horse, half temple, half Taoist temple, green and white-robed Taoist priests and red-robed lamas mingled together, each of them soliciting pilgrims. Su Fingnian gnawed on dried green fruit and dates, bypassing the red-mottled outer wall, and stopped at the door to the rear courtyard. There was a bright red Taoist peach talisman hanging above the door. The couplet was written in the characters of the Central Plains. It was rare to see the strong strokes and silver hooks. It was quite a Buddhist style. No matter how lawless you are, seeing this bright mirror hanging high above, ask yourself if you still have the guts. You must know that I can be lenient and forgiving. Put down the butcher's knife and quickly turn around. Su Fingnian crossed the threshold. It was dusk. A group of lamas wearing red robes had finished their evening classes and were sitting on the floor of the corridor outside the main hall, discussing sutras. The older lamas were already 70 or 60 years old, the younger ones were only 7 or 8 years old. They were all wearing red velvet robes. Some of the more lively young lamas simply sat on the railing. They had not been cultivating for a long time, making a string of squeaking noise. The older lamas held the Buddhist prayer beads in front of their chests. Their expressions varied. Some of the debaters were in high spirits, some had knitted brows, while the spectators were either deep in thought or cheerful. Su Fingnian did not approach. He stood quietly in the distance, listening with some difficulty to those Bemang Gatha debating with each other. The last rays of twilight scattered. Several of the young lamas, who were absent-minded during the debate, saw the pilgrim Su Fingnian. They grinned and turned their heads to whisper to each other. It was not clear whether they were talking about the new sutras and Buddhist doctrine, or the appearance of a certain elder sister who burned incense the day before. The inside and outside of the courtyard were only a few feet high, a small threshold that could be crossed in one step. But to be out of the secular world was the big threshold. Su Fingnian walked along the wall. Along the way, a middle-aged monk came toward him with a wooden basin in his hand. His expression was calm. He gently saluted with one hand. Su Fingnian returned the salute and went to burn 3 incense sticks outside the main hall to worship the Buddha, the Dharma, and the monks. For some reason, he thought of the impending catastrophe of the 2 dynasties, as well as the dragon tree monks saying that one must have the Buddha's heart even without the Buddha's image and Buddhist scriptures. He sighed with emotion. Could an old monk of the 2 Zen temples withstand it? Su Fingnian shook his shoulders, tightened the belt, and slightly hung the bookcase. He was about to find a way to leave through the main entrance when he saw a familiar man and woman coming out of the hall. They were the diners sitting at the same table at the wine stall. The man wore a silk robe, his face was like jade, and he had an elegant demeanor. Around his waist hung a string of golden chains, which was very popular among the scholars of the Southern Dynasty. The woman was delicate and virtuous, wearing a golden hairpin, and her hair was swaying. She had the appearance of a pretty girl from a humble family, but she had the air of a lady from a noble family. The young, handsome man was talking to his companion about the 32 forms of Buddhism, and conveniently explained the difference between the golden body form of Buddhism and the Vajra realm of first-grade martial artists. His words were profound and simple, and it was obvious that he was familiar with the classical classics of Buddhism. The woman nodded her head gently. Su Fengnian did not want to speed up and overtake the two. His original intention was not to disturb this outstanding man and woman who were only a little bit less than a couple. Unexpectedly, after a while, the man turned his head and glared fiercely at him, as if he felt that Su Fengnian was staring at the woman's graceful figure with ill intentions. However, because of the man's upbringing, he did not say any malicious words. Su Fengnian could only stop and wait until they were far away before he continued forward. With his hearing, he heard the man angrily say, "My dynasty's dharma is already at the end of the world, and it should have been completely cleansed. Take these temples for example. If someone obstructs a monk from becoming a monk, even if you are the abbot, you will be cursed to be blind for generations to come. As a result, most of the monks in these temples are heretical liars who rely on Buddhism. If they don't do shady business, they don't understand what dharma is. Buddhism is a pure land, so how can it be pure? They are a bunch of disgraceful things who deserve to be killed." The woman's temperament was gentle, her way of looking at human affairs seemed to be a lot gentler. She spoke softly, "Those lamas debating sutra are all very nice, they don't look like bad people. You deliberately offered them gold and silver, but they were unwilling to touch the money. Instead, they gave you a sutra book." The man's finger flicked the jade bracelet on his waist. "Ding dong. Ding dong," he said with a scornful sneer, "the general trend is irresistible, 1 or 2 good monks are not enough." The woman dismissed it with a laugh. Although she had her doubts, she did not argue with him. From a distance, Su Fengnian saw them burning incense and praying to heaven in front of a cauldron. In order not to annoy them, he simply sat down on the steps, took down the bookcase, and pretended to take a short break. Because the poor and pedantic old man selling secret manuals was missing his front teeth, Su Fengnian could not help but think of old Huang of Western Shu. It happened that it was this old swordsman, who was the most unreasonable swordsman, who taught Su Fengnian the most simple truth. This was probably the reason why the truth was always in a plain and quiet place. He remembered that on the way back to Beiliang, after he parted with Wenhua, before he met White Fox, the two of them were no longer in a difficult situation like they were in the past. They were still in a difficult situation, but after they became familiar with the rules, they also became familiar with the way. Even without old Huang's help, Su Fengnian could still steal chickens, touch dogs, roast sweet potatoes, and weave straw sandals on his own. He would not starve to death, nor would he freeze to death. At that time, by chance, he saw a murder case caused by a fight over secret manuals from a distance. The secret manuals were very common, they could not even be called third-rate, but they still lost 5 or 6 lives. "Old Huang, I didn't know that secret manuals are so popular in Jianghu. My Tide Listening Pavilion has several tens of thousands of copies, why don't we sell them all at a low price? Just treat it as a good thing, okay? Won't the whole Jianghu be deeply grateful to me? How many young and beautiful heroines will secretly throw flirtatious glances at me? Just thinking about it makes me feel good." Chapter 560. "Young master, you can't do that. Others don't know, but if I, old Huang, heard that there were secret manuals for free when I was young, I would also have to abandon my martial arts. In the end, not many people in Jianghu would be willing to practice martial arts. Old Huang, other than raising horses, what else can you do? Besides, you don't even know how to read. It doesn't matter how many secret manuals I give you. If you don't recognize words, words won't recognize you. Blacksmithing, young master, you don't say. When I was in my early 20s, my front teeth were still there. Old Huang was also a famous handsome guy within 10 miles. At least, I was the most handsome blacksmith. There was also a young lady who secretly sent me rice wine. She didn't look good, but was very perky. When I left home, I couldn't bear to drink it and buried it in the backyard. I thought that when I returned home, I would dig it out. It would definitely be fragrant. Only one jar. She could only be considered a daughter of an ordinary family. Even if she yearned for my handsome appearance, she couldn't send much. With your appearance, you were also handsome when you were young. Then wouldn't I be handsome to the heavens? Of course, I can't compare to young master. If young master was here, that jar of wine would have nothing to do with me. Enough, don't mention wine. Our throats are burning from walking. I'm dying of thirst. I know. Oh right, old Huang, how many years have you left home? Is that jar of rice wine still there? I can't remember how many years I've left home, but it should still be there. It's rice wine that can endure. It's different from the wine that young master used to drink in a glass cup. If young master has a chance to come to my house, I guarantee that you'll have a good drink. AI, talking about wine again. I'm so worried. There's smoke in front. Let's go and ask for some water. As usual, the one who opens the door is a man. If it's a woman, I'll do it. Yes. Oh right, old Huang, you only have that jar of wine left. Are you really willing to share half of it with me? Why wouldn't I be willing? If young master thinks it's good, I'll give it all to him. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be willing. At most, I'll share half with you. Young master is an honest person. I like it. Go go go, if you're a pretty girl, I'll like you. Sigh, it's a pity that I haven't married yet. If only I had a daughter. It's up to you. I don't like it either. Old Huang, don't even think about it. Don't look at me like that. That time, he had bumped into a woman who had gone out to work. It was Su Fingnian who had come to ask for 2 bowls of cold water. He still remembered it to this day. When he occasionally looked back, old Huang was squatting by the side with a bright smile. As always, he was missing his front teeth and looked very comical. While drinking water, old Huang did not forget to naively talk about how good it would be to have a daughter. Old Huang, if you have a daughter, I'll marry her. However, these words were like the yellow wine that didn't make it into their stomachs. They couldn't say it out loud. Su Fingnian sat on the steps in a daze. Somehow, the woman saw his figure and took the opportunity to go to the Taoist temple to talk about immortality with an old Jinren. She hesitated for a moment and came alone. She stood at the bottom of the steps and smiled warmly. Su Fingnian's detection of the qi of heaven and earth had almost reached the realm of Vidra warrior. He just turned a blind eye to her. The woman was not in a hurry to speak. She seemed to be thinking about how to phrase it. After all, it was somewhat unreasonable for a woman to strike up a conversation with a man. Especially for the descendants of the Southern dynasty, most of the Central Plains customs had been passed down. The woman stood under a dragon claw locust tree that was rarely seen in the northern Mang territory. The afterglow was faint, and even though the locust tree was old and clumsy, it could still be considered luxuriant, setting off the woman's slender and elegant figure that was not tainted with vulgarity. Unfortunately, Su Fengnian was no longer that young prince who flirted with women. Regarding this, he only felt that it was a pity that such a good flower had been taken by a pig. He did not have a good impression of that young master who spoke without thinking, but this did not mean that he would step forward bravely and save her from the abyss of suffering. There were too many women in the world who were willing to be deceived by the flowery words and flowery speech of a man who was superior in appearance or outstanding in talent. Seeing that she did not speak, Su Fengnian took the initiative to speak to save her from embarrassment. He smiled and said, "May I know your name, miss?" This was something he had learned from Wen Hua. The fellow with the wooden sword had no ink in his stomach, and it was unknown where he had learned this trick from. Every time he met a girl he liked, he would have to thicken his skin and ask, "Miss, what is your name and where do you live?" When they were traveling together, Wen Hua had said this sentence dozens of times. The last time they met, Wen Hua said that he really liked a woman. Su Fengnian did not know whether it was true or not. The woman was slightly embarrassed but still said softly, "Lu Qin." Su Fengnian understood in his heart that she was undoubtedly a remnant of the spring and autumn period. When the Liang dynasty ruled the world, she was bitterly called Lu Qin of the Divine Land by the scholars of the Central Plains. As long as one had the surname Lu, in the southern dynasty of Beimang, one could probably find 2 or 3 people named Lu Qin out of 10 after they went north. However, a woman named Lu Qin was still relatively rare. Su Fengnian saw the man accompanying her walk out of the main hall with an old Taoist priest with the demeanor of an immortal. He stood up, carried his bookcase, and walked towards the main door. Taoism and Buddhism shared incense in the same courtyard. In the Liang dynasty, it would definitely be regarded as an evil practice. In Beimang, one could tell the autumn from a single leaf. When Su Fengnian was discharged from the hospital, he remembered a wonderful story in Jianghu. The sick tiger Yang Taisui went to Mount Longhu to have a talk with Qi Xuanzhen, the first person in 100 years of orthodoxy. Qi Xuanzhen patted Yang Taisui on the top of the lotus and half of the devil-slaying platform collapsed. It was said that the immortal patted one's head and tied one's hair to achieve immortality. It could be seen that Yang Taisui's temperament was quite bad when he was young. It was fortunate that he could become lifelong friends with Su Shao. Qi Xuanzhen, who was in the limelight for a while, could be considered as riding a bull in his previous life. Su Fengnian subconsciously reached out his hand and rubbed a circle. As he walked forward, he continued to draw circles. It was similar to the situation on Mount Wudang when Hong Shixiang was imparting the wisdom of the Wu Dang sect. The immortal patted his head.